Hey, Sean, can you hear me? I can hear
Yeah, I
you.
can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just clicked go live, so we're live. Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Um, I don't know if anyone's watching right now, but if anyone is, sorry for being late. Um, let me I'm gonna plug my mic in.
No problem, brother.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
Hey, everybody. What's up? What's up, AJ?
How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing great. Yeah, sorry. I was taking care of something that it went a little bit over time. So my apologies for making you or anyone else wait a little bit. How are you doing, AJ?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, coffee girl. Thanks for
Hi, Coffee
joining.
Girl.
Sorry for the wait. Sometimes personal business gets into the real business sometimes. So it's all good, man. Hopefully things are good on your end. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Did you get a new camera?
No, I did not. But what's weird is like every time I click on your StreamYard link, I have to like re-download Chrome every time.
Oh,
um, yeah, it's so strange, but got it working now.
let me pull up your book.
Yeah. And like I told you yesterday, Sean, I think this one would just be worth reading through because it is a shorter read. It's only 27 pages, but the vast majority of it are images.
Yeah. So one thing I want to say about this on my end for anyone who's watching right now. This is really really cool. This book, because if you've seen the the reviews we did for his first two books, which was the Hand and the Mat on the Moon. So he wrote this last year, and it is so relevant to what is still going on today, and with sports, the news. So it's really like a prequel to those other books and what's going on today. And um, another thing that's so cool about it is, so it's heavily based on the NBA playoffs of last year, which was the Skull and Bones year. And it coming from me, like, I just being honest about it too. With the Nuggets winning last year, he I AJ like gave me a bunch, like his book wasn't completely done, but he had a majority of it already, and he was like, this is why I feel like Nuggets are gonna win. And they did. So I can definitely vouch for him for his work with that. And um yeah, it's just crazy that that narrative is continuing even now. Like we're still seeing so many things. So I'll let him um I'll let him like say the rest, but I think you'll see how um you, you'll s- you'll see how like that book transfers into like what we might have to expect for the next like few months, with the finals and politics and all that. So AJ, take it away.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, Sean. Fool's Gold was my very first mini book that I did. The first book I ever did was called Wordplay, um, Seeing Through the Script of Sports and Entertainment. It's a beast of a book. It's all numbers, no images. But since last year, with my first new project, Fool's Gold is the first one I did to try to put out some work that is a little more pleasing to the eye and is easier to kind of wrap your head around rather than just number dump. I will say that this book is a little more numbers centric. You can kind of see the progression of my mini books since I have 6 now, where I'm not moving away from numbers. It's always there, but with Fool's Gold, there's a lot of numbers associated with it. And Sean, I already know that you know this, but what kind of blew my mind in rereading that book, keep in mind, like Sean said, I wrote this before the NBA Finals last year. And since then, I've pumped out 5 other books, and especially the last 2, we focused on 3 main numbers, and 2 of those 3 are in that first book. This is way before I started looking at the hand and looking, this is way before Matthew Perry died and Carl Weathers died and Bob Barker. All of them were still alive at that time. So yeah, that's just kind of echoing what Sean's saying, is that we're sitting down here to read through this one because it is still very relevant. And just my interpretation as to why is because last year was 2023. Or 223, right, in numerology, because the 0 doesn't count. Skull and crossbones equals 223. So does Jokic, who's known as the Joker, which is why I'm wearing this hat today. I don't know if you've seen that, but I thought this was pretty cool. But think about this. Yale University right now, as we speak, is currently 322 years old. They're the home of Skull and Bones, who associate by the number 322, right? And so last year, before Yale turned 322 years old in 223, in the year 2023, you could technically say that they were in their 322nd year of life, which is why last year was extremely heavily coded around Skull and Bones. But it's continuing this year, even though we're in the year 2024. Remember, Yale currently is 322 years old. So as far as I'm concerned, until they turn 323 years old, we can't. I can't. I can't ignore that stuff, especially since we're just seeing the same trends, right? And we're going to get into that. Was there anything else you wanted to touch on, Sean, before we get started?
Trying to think.
I mean, obviously, like when we read through this, we'll stop and chat and keep an eye on the comments. I would say, like last time, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen and pulling up the PDF I sent you, which, by the way, like I told you yesterday, the Matt on the Moon hard copy is coming your way. I have the tracking number if you want it, but you should have it on your porch by Monday, Tuesday next week at the latest.
Sounds good. Okay. So where would you like to start?
Just from the very top. So this introduction is different than some of my other introductions in my later mini books. I always try to make it a point to just thank people for even taking the time to read this. I don't do this for money. I do this because I want to give this to as many people who care about the work to learn, just like I'm learning. But this introduction really just introduces the topic as opposed to thank yous and all that kind of stuff. So I think this is a great starting point to really set the stage of what we're going to talk about today. And once again, you guys keep in mind, this was written last year before the NBA Finals. Okay. And then you guys will start to kind of connect the dots about how it's still relevant today. So let's just start there. If you wouldn't mind maybe zooming in just a little bit more so people have best chance to read it. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So in the year of the coronation of King Charles, right? That was a big thing last year. Once the Queen died and, it brought in a new leader in the world of royalty. In the year of coronation of King Charles in 2023, the crowning of LeBron King James as the newest, or the NBA's newest all-time leading scorer. Don't forget about that. That was a massive 38 special, scoring 38 points on the 38th day of the year, ending that game with 38,388 total points. I mean, that's a whole book in and of itself.
And then,
But,
just to add real quick, so what makes him, the fact that he did that last year so perfect in
yeah.
the 2-2-3 year. So if you guys look at if you familiar with prime factorizations, if you look up the prime factorization of 3-2-2, it's 2 times 7 times 23, which is the date that he beat the record.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so 2-7-23.
And it was in the year 23, right? And then LeBron
Exactly.
changed his number back to 23, right? He's mainly known for wearing 23, but off and on he wears the number 6. That started when he was in Miami. But then he went back to Cleveland, right? We know all about Cavaliers, King James, King Charles, right? That's a whole thing right there. You know,
yeah.
he won the championship with the Cavaliers on June 19th, 2016. 216, the Cleveland area code. He comes back down 3-1 to the 73-9 regular season Golden State Warriors to win on June 19th, which is the real King James's birthday. And the Cavaliers served King Charles, who's the son of King James, right? So, and LeBron King James's very first game in the NBA was against the Kings. Of course it was. So yeah, I mean, right. So to start there, right, Sean, great additions, man. There's a reason why LeBron became the all-time NBA leading scorer on that date in that year, right? And then fast forward a couple months later, then now you have the coronation of King Charles, and we'll get more into that. But let's keep going. So we talk about that. There were several other narratives riddled around the 2023 NBA Finals. If you can go back up.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. There were several other narratives riddled around the 2023 NBA playoffs that most people did not catch or even bring to light. This short read was written before the 2023 Western Conference Finals between the Lakers, LeBron King James and the Lakers, and the Nuggets to illustrate for you the esoteric, numerical, and ritualistic connections being played out before the masses, leading up to and during another professional sports championship. To set the stage for yet another scripted and contrived theatrical performance brought to you by the NBA, and as we'll get to the NHL, the notes below will break down for you how perfectly intertwined the matchups and news stories have been before and during the NBA playoffs, hinting to you what's to come. Remember, you guys, our creator, okay, gave us each eyes to see and intellect to apply in our daily lives. It is up to each of us to use these gifts that we have been given. If you have chosen to read this book, you are already part of the few. Thank you for taking the time to educate yourself, expand your mind, and challenge the world laid out before you. But I always try to make it a point to just thank people for being here, thanking you, Sean. You know, that's all I care about, man, is just getting more people to open up their mind. And I hope by the end of this book, right, this is our third read through of a different book, it'll all come together. So you'll notice too, Sean, like with this being my first mini book, it's not as I don't know, it's not as organized. I mean, like it's well organized, right? But I don't even call it chapter 1, chapter 2. You know, I just kind of clumped things together that made a lot of sense, and then it just, you know, it does flow nicely. But anyway, so the first thing that I really want to touch on is Donald Trump, and just the theme of Batman and Robin and the Joker, right? There's a lot to it, but we'll read this next little blip here. In addition to the latest Serbia shooting news, this is one thing I'm kind of bummed that I didn't include a screenshot about it, but there was a big shooting that took place in Serbia last year. Okay. That matters because that's where Nikola Jokic is from. Nikola Jokic is Serbian, and for those of you that may not know, but he's nicknamed the Joker, and this is why I'm wearing this hat today, to show that he's very well connected to all this, and it'll make more sense in a minute.
Wait, where'd you get the hat? The hat is sick.
Right? Isn't it cool? Like I saw this on Instagram, and I just, I'm a sucker, man. I was like, dude, I'm getting this.
That was pretty cool.
So in addition to the latest Serbia shooting news, where Nikola Joker Jokic is from, another story that has recently dominated the news is Donald Trump and his hush money indictment. That's literally going on as we speak today. CNN is doing day 5, day 6, day 7 of this hush money scandal with Donald Trump. And this started like before the finals last year, okay? Where he went to court in the same exact courthouse where they are filming scenes for the newest Batman movie, or technically it's the sequel to the Joker movie, which came out while Trump was in office back in 2019. And like I said, to release in 2024. Sean, you and I talked about this in the last 2 books, with The Hand and Matt on the Moon. That's to be released on October 4th. That would be 5 years to the day of when the first Joker movie came out. And I just said here, this year's a presidential election year, you guys. Shit is going to get fucking, sorry, excuse my French. Things are going to get really wild as we get closer to election day. We're right here at the top. I just said a presidential election year where Trump has already announced that he plans on running for president again. Right now.
Oh, and then did you catch in the because Zenith brought it up when Trump, did you ever see that clip when Trump, he said like the same speech as Bane, or like a really similar speech? If you haven't, you should definitely check that out. But yeah,
same speech as what?
Trump, like during that Trump, he had said a speech, and it was basically like the same speech that Bane spoke in the Dark Knight Rises. But it's almost like word for word. Yeah. Did you ever see that?
No, I don't think I did. I did.
Yeah, I'll probably send it. I'll send it to you later. But yeah, Zenith reminded me about that. I remember. It's just so. I mean, it adds on to all this. But anyways, continue.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just catching Zenith's. Now had a similar beat with the speech Batman villain Bane. Yeah, we're gonna touch on Bane. We're gonna touch on him specifically a little bit later. It'll make a lot of sense to you guys. Great addition, Zenith. Cody said the moment he jumped in, I was talking about June 19th, the real King James's birthday, which happens to be Cody's birthday. Happy early birthday, Cody. It's coming up sooner than you think. Okay, so I share a screenshot here just showing, look, explosive Joker sequel scene to be filmed outside of Trump grand jury courthouse. I don't know if Trump's in that same courthouse right now. I doubt it. I haven't taken the time to try to figure that out, but the ritual's already there. During Trump's initial campaign, one of his most popular quotes was telling a young boy on a helicopter ride, "I am Batman." If you guys haven't seen that, go to YouTube and just type in Donald Trump Batman, Donald Trump, "I am Batman," and you'll see it. It's a little boy who's on this helicopter with Trump, and he goes, hey Trump, are you Batman? And he goes, "I am Batman." And then they kind of have a laugh about it. But it goes way deeper than that, you guys. Don't forget about what we talked about with Matt on the Moon. Matthew Perry called himself Matman all the time. So, what are the odds, with these Batman themes? And you're going to see more and more of this. Just continue into my latest book, Matt on the Moon and Batman. And, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but don't forget, Batman, Bruce Wayne, is a Yale graduate. And his great-great-grandfather, I think it was, founded Skull and Bones. It's literally in the TV show, the original Batman TV show, episode 33, by the way, where they touch on that Bruce Wayne's great-great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones. He wasn't a member. He founded the secret society. So just keep that in mind. But what are the odds that Joe Biden, who beat Donald Trump in the 2020 election, his middle name is Robinette? Seriously? Right? I don't really need to say anything else other than that. I just said it's not a coincidence that Joe Biden's middle name is Robin. Batman loses to Joe Robin Biden in 2020, right? Can't overlook those kinds of things. So yeah, let's keep it moving. So I just point out here, you can look it up. Joe Biden full name. There it is. Batman and Robin. Despite calling himself Batman, Donald Trump has also been commonly referred to and depicted as the Joker, particularly by his critics, right? Where the latest Joker movie was released during his presidency in 2019. So I just shared a couple screenshots. This was not hard to pull. Just type in Donald Trump Joker. You're going to see all kinds of stuff. Trump screened the Joker at the White House and he liked it, right? That was, I think, his final year, essentially, being president. But of course, the movie Joker comes out during his presidency. I think that timing is not a coincidence. Donald Trump defends immigration ban as the Joker becomes released, right? Mark Hamill reads Donald Trump tweet as the Joker, right? And then one of my favorites was this video. I just had to take a screenshot of it, of Trump talking about border control and all that, but somebody CGI'd the Joker's face onto his. But yeah, just keep that in mind. He calls himself Batman. A lot of other folks paint him as the Joker. So the trends continue, especially with Joe Robin at Biden beating Trump, right? And then this could be a great comeback story. I'm not here to tell you what's going to happen during the election, but anyways, yeah. Anything else you want to add, Sean?
I guess just the theme of his personality goes along with the Joker stuff, because people just know him as, they call him a clown. They call him a,
yeah.
Well, I guess I feel like both sides see his Joker character in different ways, because the people on the right, they love how funny he is. So they promote that, but then the left side, they call him a clown, like, oh, he's an idiot.
Right.
So he just he has that Joker theme coming from both sides. So
yeah, absolutely, right? Because a Joker is a clown. They're funny. They're entertaining, right? Trump's arguably the most entertaining politician of all time. But there's different parts of entertainment, right? Hey, I'm funny. I'm a clown. But guess what? A lot of people are really scared of clowns. There's a whole dark side of a clown, even though kind of the origin, right, is hey, I'm here to make you laugh. So yeah, I feel like that ties in with kind of what you're saying, Yeah. People call Trump a clown, but some say for the good or for the bad.
Yeah. And then they are, especially the left, they also try to say that he's insane. He's just out of his mind, just like the Joker too. So there's a lot of different ways that Joker theme plays into that. But oh yeah, so yeah, Cody says Joker, Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I love that
tricky.
kind of stuff, man. Nice addition, Cody. That's why my first book's called Wordplay. There's so many just playoffs of words that are right in front of our face, and I did not catch that one, man. Joker, exactly. They do that. They do that all the time. Ronald McDonald, yeah. Sean, you and I were talking about Ronald McDonald just yesterday.
Yeah.
With well, once again, it might be my next book. I'm not here to plug that right now, but yeah. So let's keep it moving. So next, we're getting into Nikola Jokic, known as the Joker, Jamal Murray, who plays alongside the Joker, the Denver Nuggets shootings, and the NBA playoff connections. So game 1 of the NBA Finals last year was on June 1st. Okay. The date written 6/1. If you type out "I am Batman," it equals 61 in reverse reduction. Skull and Bones, the other way forwards, equals 61. So I share the screenshot here just to show when the NBA Finals began, June 1st, and some screenshots of those two connections with what we talked about. In case you guys showed up late, obviously this was in the year of Skull and Crossbones, which also equals 223, and this was the year of 2023. June 1st is also the 88th day of the year. So that's perfect because Trump equals 88 in the simplest cipher. But that said, who was the last and latest actor to play the Joker. And to this day, right? Who is the leading actor who plays the Joker in the upcoming Joker 2 movie coming out on October 4th? Is Joaquin Phoenix, right? That this was a very, very large part, which you helped contribute to in my last book, Matt on the Moon. Because remember, Matthew Perry, his very first movie debut as a lead role was alongside not Joaquin Phoenix, but his older brother, right? River Phoenix. Once again, that's a whole other story, but here we go. We're going right back to Joaquin Phoenix. He's obviously so relevant just because he's the latest actor to play the Joker. Like I've said, Nikola Jokic's nickname is the Joker. But in round 2 of the playoffs last year, they defeated the Phoenix Suns. Okay. Before they ended up meeting LeBron King James in the Western Conference Finals, before they beat them to go to the finals and then win everything. But before Joaquin Phoenix, who was the last actor to play the Joker? Heath Ledger, right? Who notoriously died from a drug overdose while he was filming The Dark Knight. And there's a lot of stories about that too, right, Sean? Like that he was in such a dark place, buying too much into the role of the Joker. And some people think that role killed him. Like, obviously we're not the ones behind closed doors. But Heath Ledger is very, very relevant in this whole spider web that we're kind of unfolding right now. Yeah, Jared Leto, Zenith, you're already getting ahead of me. You're already getting ahead of me. We're going to touch on Jared. We're going to touch on Bane. We're going to hit on all that. So you see that number 58, right? I've been talking about this before I found all the other 58s with the last 2 books. But game 1 of the NBA Finals was scheduled to be played 58 days after Heath Ledger's birthday. Well, that's funny because in Chaldean, gematria, Joaquin Phoenix equals 58. For those asking about Chaldean, I don't use this cipher much, but a lot of people do. And a lot of people find a lot of value in this cipher because it is arguably one of the oldest ciphers of gematria, meaning it was around before even the English language was standardized, right? So to me, Chaldean matters, but you'll notice that I don't use the Chaldean cipher that much. But for the sake of this research, I found that very relevant to think that the NBA Finals last year began 58 days after the anniversary of Heath Ledger's death, and Joaquin Phoenix, who's the new Joker, equals 58 in Chaldean. Zenith is getting so far ahead of me. Like, Zenith, have you already read this book? Because I feel like you already read the book, and you're just you're giving away the juice right now. I love it though. I'm just joshing with you. Yeah, we're gonna touch on Jack Nicholson too. Don't worry about it. Okay, yeah, we can keep it moving unless you got anything else, Sean.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
So keeping the 58s around, I said even further, Joaquin Phoenix's birthday is also a span of 5 months and 8 days before Heath Ledger's birthday. So you got 58s both ways from his death date to his birthday. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
58 days after the anniversary of his death, and then 5 months and 8 days when you include the end date from Heath Ledger's birthday. Oh, you know what? Shoot. Is that a typo?
Which one?
Well, this might be an error on my part. I said it was his birthday, but if you go back to the last page, I was saying that April 4th was his death date. Oh, okay. Never mind. It is his birthday. Okay. I'm trying to remember what day he died. It's really hard to keep all this together sometimes, but okay, let's keep it going. Okay, so we touched on some of the 58s. What's that?
4-4 kill.
Well, yeah, I got a whole page on the 44s. We're gonna get there. So game 1 of the NBA Finals last year, once again, is also being played on what would have been Heath Ledger's 59th day of his age when you include the end date. who played the Joker in The Dark Knight. And then once again, The Dark Knight, Matt on the Moon, Bobby Knight, Moon Knight. You know what I mean? I should just combine all three of these books together to just make one massive story here. But that matters because Joker equals 59, so does Skull and Bones when you use the ampersand, right? As we'll get to, Batman's great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones, which is revealed in the 33rd episode of the original Batman TV series, which I already touched on. So yeah, we can just show them that screenshot there. 59 days after Heath Ledger's birthday. This is where it gets really creepy, man. This is where it like really started to like put a shiver down my spine. So when I started comparing Nikola Joker Jokic to Heath Ledger, I was like, holy smokes. What are the odds that Nikola Joker Jokic's birthday is also 44 days before Heath Ledger's birthday, who played the Joker in The Dark Knight? And Heath Ledger was born on April 4th, 4-4. So just pointing out here, Nikola Jokic was born February 19th. If you measure that from Heath Ledger's birthday, which is on the next page, April 4th, there it is, date of birth. April 4th, 4-4. Look at that. February 19th to April 4th is exactly 44 days. And the rest of this page will just show you all of the 44s that line up in gematria, especially associated with shootings. Okay, we already talked about the Serbia shooting. We've yet to get to the Aurora, Colorado shooting. But look at this. Kill 44, mass shooter equals 44, Chaldean and reduction, firearms 44, shooting 44, military 44, execution 44, assault rifle, spiritual 44, spiritual equals 440 in satanic, bullets 44, at large 44, snipers 44. Disgusting. Like, you know, I mean, anybody that's going to look at all that and go, oh yeah, no, that's just a coincidence. And, you know, these are the same folks that don't even ask where their language came from. They're going to use that language they don't know about to tell me that it's a coincidence. You know, it's just the most hypocritical thing I continue to face every day.
But you know that the more that you keep trying something, the more matches you're going to find.
Right. Yeah. You know, because you can just find anything. You can find anything with this, right?
Yeah.
I feel like there's some truth to that, right? Like I know you've seen some codes where you're like, okay, I can see you're really reaching to get to that number you want, but I stay away from that. But so speaking of shootings, there's two main things to point out here. First, shortly before the 2023 Kentucky Derby, all right, a shooting took place at Old National Bank in Louisville. It was like right down the street from the Kentucky Derby. And it was on none other than April 10th. April 10th, Sean. I point out here that it was written 410, right? And it's exactly 4 months and 10 days after the death anniversary of Heath Ledger. But when you flip it, right, April 10th is written 10-4 in the majority of the world. And 10-4 is the release date of the next Joker movie and the first Joker movie that you pointed out to me, right? We talked about three numbers in the last two books that we've been reading. 58, which we've already touched on, 104, right? And 211. So right here, there's another 104 that was already there that I already caught before, we really saw the 104 stuff this year, because this was the 104th NFL season. The championship, the basketball championship was held on the 104th day of Brock Purdy's age, who was the runner-up in the Super Bowl 58 days prior and Super Bowl 58, et cetera, et cetera. But I also wanted to point out here that the last name Loeffner, as in Jared Loeffner, the Tucson shooter, his last name equals 410 in Latin/Jewish gematria, but it lines right back up. Look at the head count of the victims of that shooting. 5 people were killed and 8 others were injured. So you got your 58 and your 104 right here, and this is way before I wrote those, the books on the 58 and 104 this year. So to touch a little bit on Jared Lee Loeffner, just a side note, I went to the University of Arizona in Tucson. this shooting took place over Christmas break, so I was actually back home in California during this time. But yeah, it was a shooting. That was when Gabrielle Giffords, the senator, or governor, senator, she was a politician for Arizona. She got shot in the head, and she survived. But ever since, right, she has, she's struggling. But yeah, Jared Lee Loughner was the shooter in this story. But I said, hey, think about Joaquin Phoenix, right? The city and capital of Phoenix, or of Arizona, is Phoenix. And think about Joaquin Phoenix, right? He played the Joker, and I don't mean to give you any spoilers, you guys, but if you haven't seen the last Joker movie, make sure you do it. At the end of that movie, the Joker, aka Joaquin Phoenix, shoots Murray Franklin, played by what's his name? Oh my God. Help me out here, Sean. God, what's his name? Huge actor. You know what I'm talking about? Did I put it in here? I'm blanking, you guys. I'm sorry.
I'm typing it in. Robert De Niro.
Yeah, Rob De Niro. Jeez. Robert De Niro. Yeah. So Robert De Niro is he's like a TV host in that show, but his character is Murray Franklin, and he has a show called the Murray Franklin Show or something. But at the very end of that movie, they have Joaquin Phoenix's character, the Joker, as a guest on the show. And then at the very end of the movie, the cliffhanger is he literally pulls out a gun and he shoots Murray Franklin at the end of the movie.
I have something really random to say about that. Is it just like an interesting like biblical connection with Murray Franklin? Because like like the three wise men when they bring gifts to baby Jesus, and I think like
gold, frankincense, and myrrh.
Yeah, I didn't think about that until right now. It just kind of
gold.
Oh, right.
And myrrh.
Right.
Frankincense. I'm not sure about that one, but gold and myrrh. There you go. Yep.
Oh, just like the nuggets, golden nuggets.
Well, yeah, exactly, and we're gonna get to that too. I mean, that's what the nugget that's what a nugget is, right? Like this is obviously a spin-off, but like you see this little pitch axe or whatever. That's what their normal logo is the two pitch axe. Like they literally have the Skull and Bones logo, which we'll touch on, but yeah, it's related to gold.
And yeah, Cody was also saying, AJ, have you seen Donnie Darko?
I have not, no.
Because yeah, he was like connecting that too with because Frank the bunny, his name is Frank. He's the one who like tells Jake Gyllenhaal that the world's gonna end, and he gets shot as well. So it's kind of like another. I mean, I'm sure like that movie's just super coded, so it probably has a lot to do with everything you're talking about, anyways.
Yeah, and shout out to Zenith. Zenith is killing it in the chat right now. Frank is money. So think about gold, money, and myrrh. Right? It all ties in. That's going to be a lot more relevant as we move further down the list here. But so what I point out is that yeah, so Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker in the last Joker movie, shot Murray Franklin at the end of the first Joker movie. In this year's Super Bowl, meaning last year, when the Chiefs won last year, not this year, it was held in Arizona. Just like how this year the college basketball championship was held in Arizona. But it was held on the date, leaving 322 days remaining in the year. Last year, in the year of Skull and Bones, like we talked about. But even further, the Tucson, Arizona shooting took place on January 8th, 2011. Exactly 12 weeks and 2 days before Heath Ledger's birthday. Which matters because he died on January 22nd, 122. So we can keep it moving. I just want to point out that alignment with the 122, right? So the date of the shooting
I want to mention something real quick. That was really interesting about this date here. Because so this was the same date as the Beastquake in Seattle. Do you remember that?
Was that with Marshawn Lynch?
Yeah.
It's also the same date that Kobe scored 81 points in his 666th career game. or well, not January 8th. Sorry, January 22nd, which is
Oh, that
Heath
one, yeah.
Ledger's death date. Sorry.
Yeah, and then and because you had said that this this person got shot in the head, but she like lived, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So Gabby
Um,
Giffords is still around.
it's yeah, it's interesting because in the Bible, Revelation 13:3, it talks about the beast getting a head wound and then surviving. And it's interesting that the beast quake happened on the same day. The beast quake, the beast like so yeah, again, it's Revelation 13:3.
You know what's
Um,
also really interesting about 13.3, 133, is that that's a huge government number.
yeah,
Government equals
yeah.
133, just like White House. And I believe there's 133 rooms or 133 windows in the White House. That's a huge government number.
Yeah. But
So,
one
that makes a lot of sense with the whole idea of like politicians being shot, right? Abe Lincoln, Kennedy, people think that Trump's going to get shot, you know?
yeah,
So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that too.
and 133 that connects to 322 as well because when you think about like the first prime and the 33rd prime, the first prime number is 2, the 33rd prime number is 137, so 2137 is the 322nd prime number.
Oh my God.
And
Wow. Sean, that's
yeah.
the kind of stuff, man, that I hope one day I can get to your level with that, bro. That's brilliant.
It's
Um,
whatever.
but yeah, like so you know the 122s, right? You know, we point out the alignment here, but once again, shout out to Zenith. I got a feeling that he or she has already read this book.
Oh, he
But
did.
just think of like so think of the wordplay here, you guys, and just think about it. Jared Loeffner. Loeffner sounds a lot like laughter, right? Jared Loeffner. Loeffner, laughter, Joker, jokes, Jokic, Jared, right? That's the whole wordplay thing again. And just to kind of be funny, but like it's very relevant. Like Nikola Jokic looks like he could be Jared Loeffner's brother, right? I mean, just look at him. Like, I mean, the looks are just staggering, man.
Yeah, it's uncanny for sure.
Yeah. And I said, speaking of lookalikes, it's also worth pointing out a very eerie connection between Jared Loeffner and James Holmes, the shooter who wore the orange hair and referred to himself as the Joker during the 2012 Batman shooting in Aurora, Colorado. Right. And I said, we'll touch on James Holmes a little bit later, but I found this image a while back where it's like, whoa. I mean, the Aurora, Colorado shooter, James Holmes, and Jared Lee Loeffner, when you kind of overlap their faces, it's like, damn, they look so alike too.
Yeah, definitely their eyes. It's really interesting.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get conspiratorial, but you know, it's worth pointing out. It's like, damn, they look really similar. But what I say here is even further, think of the wordplay. Jared Loeffner, kind of like Jared Leto, who played the Joker in the Suicide Squad movies. I really don't think that's a coincidence. What's up, Aquaviva? Thanks for joining.
So Joseph.
All right. So next we're going to get into some topics surrounding FedEx, the Knights Templar, currency, royalty, skull and bones, and the 322 connections. As you'll notice, we're not going to be escaping Joaquin Phoenix anytime soon, since he's very relevant. But going back to game one of last year's NBA Finals, that was held exactly 149 days before Joaquin Phoenix's birthday, who, as we know, his birthday is the same date as when Matthew Perry died a year later, who called himself Matman. But look at that. Skull and bones equals 149. So we can't escape the 149s, the skull and bones, the Batman connections with his truly the latest Joker. Don't forget, as mentioned, that this past year's Super Bowl, which was last year, right, 2023, it was held in Arizona, in Phoenix, in Glendale, right, on Patrick Mahomes' 149th day of his age, who won the Super Bowl and Super Bowl MVP. And the Super Bowl last year was held on the date that left 322 days left in the year.
and I don't want to like giving. I don't know if it's gonna spoil anything for the end that you were trying to save, but already think about how interesting that is. That like um he, like you said, he died 149 days after the start of
No, no,
the.
no, no, no. The
I mean, sorry,
the,
not he
the,
died. His
the
birthday.
game
Sorry, his
one of the NBA Finals
birthday.
last year was held 149 days before Joaquin Phoenix's birthday, but it was
Right,
also held on the 149th day of Patrick Mahomes' age.
right. Yeah. So I think I was um the reason why I said death was because you wrote this before Matthew Perry even died, and
Yeah, way
this
before.
was the date of his death. So it's
Yep.
like and like what are the odds that you were connecting all this stuff at this time? Like I said
Yes.
before Matthew Perry died, and then Matthew Perry has all this ends up like having all this narrative with Batman and all that stuff. So it all
Yep.
lined up like so well.
Yeah, yeah, to your point, October 28th, 2023, that is the date that Matthew Perry died. But I wrote this back in uh, January of last year. I mean,
Yeah.
almost a year and a half ago at this point. Um, and then, yeah, and that's why I thank you, Sean, for bringing up the idea for us to go back and read this one, because it's been a long time since I kind of went back through this information. And when I was diving into Matthew Perry and Bobby Knight and the Dark Knight, whatever, like, shame on me for not taking that time to do this, because this is why it's so amazing and why it's so relevant and appropriate for us to be reading this one now with what we've already touched on over the last month or so.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I just want to give that perspective just because like since I might be one of the only people who was able to see like the progression from you writing these books from the beginning of last year to now. And that's like I have that full scope, and I'm trying to um like make that clear for everybody, like that's why like this is like so I don't know, like mind boggling to me, but it just puts it all into perspective as to like how specifically AJ has been like on the right track for so long, and like what are the odds that like this Batman narrative is still going on, and he was able to like put those two other books together that have a lot to do with Batman that he put out like a few months ago.
Yeah,
Connecting
and
to this from last
what's
year.
funny, Sean, is once again, this is my first mini book that I did leading
Yeah,
up to last year's NBA Finals, and then my other one, two, three, four books, kind of went away from this trend. I put out some other books just on other topics, but then once The Hand came around, and then especially once Matt on the Moon came around, that's where it goes. Holy smokes! The first book, Fool's Gold, it's like you said, it's like that prequel that was there before I even knew, like, even got to see, part two and part three.
yeah.
Um,
And then when we get to the end with like the when it gets to the end with like the both the Nuggets and the Knights winning, then I feel like it just makes all more
yeah,
sense. I don't want to ruin it, but I don't want to spoil anything. But it's just I think that when I thought about that, that's when I was like, wait a minute, we were just talking about like Night and all that stuff. It's so perfect.
yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more, man. Yeah, so let's keep it rolling. So I wrote here, even further, Nikola Joker Jokic was born on Heath Ledger's 322nd day of his age, who also played the Joker in The Dark Knight in 2008 before he died. You will soon learn why the number 322 is so important in this book, which is the number represented by Skull and Bones. And this all comes together in the year 2023, the reflection of 322, when you take the zero out of it. So yeah, look at that. We already talked about the 44 connections between Nikola Joker Jokic and Heath Ledger, the former Joker, right? But like, look at that. Nikola Jokic was born on the 322nd day of Heath Ledger's age. I don't know. I don't know what else I need to share, even though we got a lot more we can go through. So kind of circling back to James Holmes for a second, I said, additionally, James Holmes is the notorious shooter of the Batman movie shooting, wearing the orange hair, reportedly calling himself the Joker. That shooting took place during the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises, which was the sequel to The Dark Knight, featuring Heath Ledger as the Joker. But this matters because James Holmes's birthday is exactly 3 months and 22 days before Heath Ledger's birthday. I mean, how many more 322s do we need, man? You know, we're not just grasping for straws, right? James Holmes calls himself the Joker. He wore orange hair and he was shooting up a movie theater during The Dark Knight Rises. Heath Ledger was the Joker during that series, right? He wasn't in Dark Knight Rises because he died, and then enter Bane, right? Which we're going to get into in a minute. But my God, the 322s connected with James Holmes, the Batman shooter, and Nikola Joker Jokic, all tying right back into Heath Ledger. I mean, mind-blowing stuff, man. Mind-blowing.
I know when you say like how many more 322s do you need, like it's just sad because I mean, I know to some, like to us, doesn't require anymore, but to everybody else, there will never be enough.
I'm just amazed at the people that would see this and then they go, this is dumb. It's like, okay, not for you. Move along, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, once again, shout out to you guys for being here. We really appreciate, I just appreciate that you guys appreciate the information. I said, as you should know by now, the secret society Skull and Bones is represented by the number 322. And Heath Ledger reportedly died on January 22nd on James Holmes's 41st day of his age. Skull and Bones equals 41. You know, we've seen a ton of 41s this year, especially because we're in a Kobe year, right? Kobe died at 41. He walked off the court in his final game with 4.1 seconds left, where he scored 60 points and the rest of his team scored 41. You know, that's a book in and of itself.
Yeah, and something that I pointed out, what it made April become a really interesting point in our time this year is because it's we were talking about it, but it's the 135th birthday of Kobe Japan.
And Kobe like Bean Bryant equals 135.
Yeah, and like how you said, you reminded me that Kobe Japan was founded on 4-1.
Yeah.
So just that I feel like that could have been like a starting point for. I mean, a lot of crazy things have happened since then.
Yeah, think about that, Sean. I mean, Kobe Bryant was named after Kobe Japan. I mean, like, just go look it up. You'll see where his name came from. It's from Kobe Japan, like Kobe beef, right? That's where the whole Kobe beef thing comes from. But yeah, what are the odds of that? Kobe Japan was founded on 4-1, and Kobe Bryant dies at 41, 13th prime with Gianna, which, by the way, you and I were talking off camera. Today is Gianna Bryant's birthday, 5-1, which also just so happens to be the 248th birthday of the Illuminati. And you and I were talking a lot about that big 248 ritual just a couple days ago with that UFC fighter. His son, Kobe, dies 248 days after Kobe's birthday. And and the father was born on the 248th day of the year. And his son, Kobe, died on the date leaving 248 days remaining in the year. I mean, my God, you guys.
Yeah, and there's another really low key event that happened that had a lot to do with 41. It was on April 21st. And
okay, that's the Queen's birthday. That's the date that Prince died.
Yeah,
royalty purple.
Yeah, and because my friend Casey, he pointed out to me that each of like on 4/21/24, like each of those segments, they look like the sign of Jupiter. Because, like, you know, Jupiter, it looks like a 24, or it could just look like a 4, or it could look like a 21. Like,
no, it 100% looks like a 24. Anybody that's going to tell me that they don't see it, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Move along.
But then you could also see it as like a 21. Like, it's like a 2 with just a 1. So it's like, it kind of depends on how you're looking at it. but on that day, it was a rare conjunction. It was a Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, and it was the last time that it happened in Taurus. It was 1941, and guess what happened on that day? There's a Japanese helicopter crash.
That's so funny you say that, because when I think of the year 41, I think of when the Japanese planes bombed Pearl Harbor on 12/7 and 9/11. 9/11 became known as the new Pearl Harbor, and buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell, and Pearl Harbor took place on 1, 2, 7, and God, yeah, just all that.
So there happened to be a Japanese helicopter crash on the day of that conjunction. That the last time that it happened was in 1941, just like you said, like the year of Pearl Harbor. So had everything to do with Japan. Crazy stuff.
41's a huge number, you guys. 41's the 13th prime. That's why Kobe died at 41 with his 13-year-old daughter. But his 13-year-old daughter, if she was still alive today would be her 18th birthday. 6 + 6 + 6 = 18. Today is also a span of exactly 216 months from Gianna Bryant's birthday. So 216 equals 6 × 6 × 6. She would be 18 years old today. 6 + 6 + 6 = 18. And just a side note, Sean, you know about this one, but keep in mind, you guys, I don't know why it took so long for Crypto.com Arena or LA to unveil a Kobe statue, but it makes all the more sense when they did it the day that they did, on February 8th of this year. In the 2024 year, right? 224. If you guys remember, during COVID, after Kobe died, they held the memorial on 2/24. And for people that are asleep, they're going to think, oh, yeah, well, because Gianna wore 2 and Kobe wore 24, it's so beautiful to do it that way. It's like, no, there's a lot more to it. But they unveiled Kobe's statue on February 8th this year. That matters because the statue that they decided to depict him with, as a statue, was him holding up, his number 1 finger, walking off the court after he scored 81 points. And that was on January 22nd, which is Heath Ledger's birthday. Okay. But when you measure from the date of that game, which was his 666th game of his career, to the date that his statue gets unveiled of him walking off the court in that game, was exactly 216 months and 18 days. Once again, 216 equals 6 × 6 × 6, and 18 equals 6 + 6 + 6. Satanic equals 122. Satanism equals 122. Satanists equals 122. The Church of Satan was founded in San Francisco, located on the 122nd Meridian West. So, yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there as well.
Also equals 81 too. Mark of the Beast 81 could be.
Oh yeah, I mean, ritual equals 81. Yeah, like that. There's so much. There's so much around the 81, but I just wanted to emphasize the massive 666 connections with that.
So it really is wild that she turned 18 years, 216 months on the day that the Illuminati turned 248 years old.
Yes, which is Kobe Bryant Day.
Yeah.
248, right? 24 and 8. Those were the numbers he wore. How perfect. Like literally today is where that's happening.
That's
yeah. So all right, let's keep it moving. Okay, in The Dark Knight Rises, right? The movie that was premiered during James Holmes's shooting in 2012, the sequel following The Dark Knight. What are the odds that explosions take place in a football stadium where the camera zooms in on the suite number 322? I wonder why. As I've said before a few times, Batman's great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones, which is represented by the number 322. So I just kind of want to stop there for a brief second so people can see that. If you guys haven't seen, The Dark Knight or The Dark Knight Rises, give it a shot. But yeah, this clip, this little screenshot here is from The Dark Knight Rises, which is after the passing of Heath Ledger. But it could have been any number. That sweet number could have been any number. What are the odds up to 322? What is 1 divided by 322? Let me do that real quick. 1 divided by 322. That is a 0.003. Okay, carry over the decimal point. So it's a 0.3% chance of that being a coincidence. And yet people are just going to, oh, come on, man. Like, I don't want to hear this conspiracy stuff. It's not conspiracy. It's fact. It's just fact. It's right there. So, yeah, Joseph. What are the odds? That's the name of one of my other mini books. Which, by the way, that whole book is literally just dedicated to just showing what I was just doing, like calculating the odds of these things happening. You know. So anyways, keeping it moving. I did touch on this at the beginning, right? Once again, this took place last year in 2023, like the number 223, the reflection of 322. In Satanic Gematria, Jokic equals 223. So how perfect is that? That Nikola Jokic, the Joker, wins in the year 2023, the same year that Yale University is in their 322nd year of life. And once again, right now, the reason why these skull and bones rituals are continuing is because now Yale is 322 years old, right? As I mentioned, right, in the 33rd episode of the original Batman TV series, it is revealed that Bruce Wayne, aka Batman, his great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones, a secret society who identifies by the number 322. You can see this clip by using the link below. Obviously, it's not a clickable link. Or is it? Maybe on the PDF it is. Okay. On the PDF it is, but who knows how long that clip will be up? You know what I mean? It might be erased forever at some point, but needed to do that to really screenshot it, and I made it a point to screenshot it with the voice caption there. If you can read that, it says Bones tapped for it, sir. He founded Skull and Bones, right? So it's a real thing. Go look it up. If you guys don't believe me, just type in Batman Skull and Bones episode 33 and you'll find it. But where I don't know why there's that 666 in the parentheses.
Oh, it's because I think the episode was called Find Finny Friends, and the FFF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that was the name of the episode.
Find Finny Fiends. There's no R in there.
Sorry, Find Finny Fiends.
Find Finny Fiends. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the name of the episode.
It was the name of the episode with the 666 right there.
Or no, just because the F, like, because FFF, like F is a 6 letter.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
That just ties back into everything we've just been talking about with the 666 thing on the side. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the last Joker movie. Once again, if you guys don't alert, then jump off of this this live because no regrets. The last Joker movie ends with the Joker shooting Robert De Niro's character, Murray Franklin, reminding of Jamal Murray. I don't know if you guys are watching basketball right now, but Jamal Murray has been just red hot. He hit a last-second fadeaway from the corner, and then his whole team just piles on top of him. And, of course, the Nuggets, yesterday, day before, they won the series 4-1. Beating the Lakers, beating Kobe's team, right?
I just thought about
LA equals 41. LA also equals 14. So LA lost 1-4, and the Nuggets won 4-1.
Yeah, and I was thinking also about the money symbolism with De Niro's name, because that was a currency, right? De Niro.
Holy shit, man! I didn't even think about that. Yeah, De Niro. That's Spanish for money.
Mm.
Oh my God, man! I don't have that in there. But if we were talking a little bit more while I was writing this, man, like this is why I love chatting with you about this stuff, dude. And this is why I love seeing people in the comments, man. It's what keeps me going.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, Robert De Niro. You know what I just thought about? Robert, robbery. robbing a
Oh,
bank, robbing
Yeah,
Robert. I don't know. I'm not trying to
robbing De Niro, robbing money,
robbing money. Yeah. There you go. Robbing money, and that's kind of what the Joker does, right? Like, a lot of
Yeah,
the stuff he does is like he robs banks and whatever. But yeah, but emphasis on Jamal Murray, right? Jamal Murray plays alongside the Joker as we speak for the Denver Nuggets. And the Joker shot Murray Franklin in the last Joker movie. So how perfect that happens. And then Jamal Murray and the Joker win last year during the year of Skull and Bones. They're still live and well going into the next round, playing against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which is kind of a whole other thing. But what I emphasize is that Jamal Murray, if you guys search Jamal Murray and Robin, you guys will see so many articles that refer to Jamal Murray as the Robin to Joker's Batman. I'm gonna kind of just stop right there just so people can comprehend that. In other words, Nikola Jokic in the world of professional basketball is arguably the greatest player on the planet right now. The greatest, like better than LeBron James. I mean, he made a joke out of the Lakers, and he's been doing that since last year. Okay, but Jamal Murray is a huge star for the Nuggets. He just so happens to be playing under the massive umbrella of Nikola Jokic. But so because of that, people are literally referring to Jamal Murray as the Joker to Jokic's Batman, meaning Nikola Joker Jokic is Batman for the Nuggets, right? And then Jamal Murray is Robin. Does that make sense?
yeah. I was thinking like one way that maybe what they might be trying to hint at is how like Trump is also seen as both the Batman and the Joker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe they're trying to like make a parallel with that. Because I definitely know what you're saying. Like he's like the Batman to the Nuggets fans. He's definitely like a superhero, but then he's more of a Joker to his opponents because everyone can't stand that he's so good. So it's like that duality, that double role, and that's kind of like how people see Trump right now. So
no, this all does tie back to Trump because with everything we talked about, right? He's called himself Batman,
and like Joe Biden's kind of him being Robin. He's like basically just pushing the narrative forward. He's there just to, like, he could maybe just be, maybe he's like the Batman in the way that Jamal Murray is the Batman, where it's like they're fulfilling that role just to highlight like the main character, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And the last thing I mentioned here, Sean, you can probably scroll to the next page, but speaking of Jamal Murray, who is referred to as the Robin to Nikola Joker Jokic's Batman, his birthday is February 23rd, 223. Skull and Bones, right? So he wins his first championship with the Joker in the year 2023. He's born on the day written 223. Skull and Crossbones equals 223. And then
and his sidekick equals 223, like how you showed.
Yeah.
Like Jokic equals 223.
Yeah, exactly. Jokic 223 and Satanic, etc. Right. I shared a screenshot here just showing, look, Joker kills Murray, ending scene. That is literally how the movie ends. And I just wanted to share some screenshots here. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, but if you can, just leave it right there just to show you guys. There are so many articles out there calling Jamal Murray Robin to Nikola Jokic Batman, and not by coincidence. Yeah, Kimberly, Joseph Robinette Biden, you must have showed up late because that was like the very first thing we touched on. Joe Biden, Joe Kerr beats beats Trump, who called himself Batman in 2020. And, everybody loves a comeback story. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, yeah, if you can give me like 2 minutes, bro, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. How's everybody doing? Thank you guys for coming. It's actually pretty good turnout for my numbers, at least. Batman equals 15, Joker Joker wears 15, and Cody, I know you have your findings on 15 have been amazing. So I know it just yep. I know it just like adds on to thank you, Zenith. Yeah, like depending on how long this takes, maybe there will be time if anyone wants to like hang out online afterwards. That'd be cool. Just if anyone has anything to share. Hey again, Dirk. Yeah, thank you for all your kind words. Thank you for being here, always being supportive. And hi, Kimberly. And hi again, Joseph. Hey, Gematria 8. Gematria 8. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone Casey, what's up, man? What's good? Oh, I guess I could just share something. So the reason why I was kind of late was because I finally had a job interview today. As you guys know, I've been on the job search since like January, and it's been like one of those things where it's just such a blessing in disguise because that break that I had, that's what gave me the time to start getting more involved with YouTube and everybody, connecting with everybody. Like if that didn't happen ever with my job getting laid off, I never would have had the chance to connect with all you guys and like everyone that I'm in such close proximity with now. None of that would have, so I think God definitely had that purpose for me. And but it looks like I think like I was able to get a good start with that, and now I feel like I'm ready to start working again, and I can hopefully balance the two. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys know that it's just important just to put yourself first. So yeah, I'm hoping for the best, but I think the interview went pretty well. The I think yeah, it was supposed to be just an hour, and like we were just like talking like just joking around and stuff, and it went like 20 minutes over. So I think that's a good thing. So fingers crossed. But
That's what I was thinking, Sean. I know you gave me a heads up. You said, "Hey, it's scheduled for an hour. It could go longer." But since I hadn't heard from you and some people were waiting, I was like, "Oh, it sounds like Sean's probably having a pretty good interview." So
yeah, and I'm glad I sent you that text because I didn't expect that at all. And then I was like I want to be a little bit more prepared, like just in case, something was telling me in the back of my head, like just in case you should like say something. And I doubted that would even happen, but yeah, it did. So
I wish you were still wearing your suit with your like black and white tie, man. You looked sharp. You looked sharp, bro.
I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to seem like I don't know. But I was thinking about keeping it on.
It's all good, brother. Should we keep it moving?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, cool. So, anyways, yeah, just to reemphasize, right? Jamal Murray has been called the Robin to Nikola Joker Jokic's Batman, and it just rolls right back up to everything we've been talking about. And yeah, the Joker kills Murray, and then Murray wins the championship with the Joker. Yeah, Sean, you are a handsome dude, my man. Shout out Kimberly. So I say emphasis on shooting, taking us back to the Batman movie shooting played out by James Holmes in Aurora, Colorado, right? So let's go to this next image. Because the common theme, right, is, you know, James Holmes, Jared Loughner, Jared Leto, the Joker, Heath Ledger, etc. But I say here, but by the way, here's another 58 that I didn't highlight here in that image, but look at that. In the Aurora, Colorado shooting, there were 58 wounded. I can't escape the 58s and the 104s, dude. It's everywhere. Speaking of the name Murray, Batman and shootings, this ties into the first round matchup between the Memphis Grizzlies and the Lakers. Once again, this is last year, you guys. This is last year, 2023. The 2024 NBA playoffs are currently taking place, but I just want to reemphasize we're talking about last year. The Lakers have a profound connection to the Joker, which we will shortly get to. But as for the Memphis Grizzlies, consider two specific players on this team that's related to Batman and shootings. The first one, shout out to Zenith, Desmond Bane. Desmond Bane. His last name is Bane. I believe he wears number 2. There was a massive 2 ritual with him like a year or two ago where he scored like 22 points and he played 22 minutes and he had 2 assists and 2 rebounds and 2 steals. Like it was ridiculous. But yeah, so let's just show them the image, right? So Desmond Bane, last year, I think he's still on the Grizzlies. I think. But, you know, there's a reason why he was on the Grizzlies playing the Lakers during that time. Bane is the lead villain in The Dark Knight Rises, which we touched on earlier with the explosions during the football stadium scene in 322, in the same movie where James Holmes shot up the Colorado movie theater during its debut. Sean, if you wouldn't mind, because we're going to segue into FedEx for a second, but if you could zoom in on this image for a second, just a little bit more. I want you guys to see.
Oh, right here, right?
I want you guys to see the FedEx logo. Right, it's right there. It's also in the little mini image, right next to it. But yeah, so the Grizzlies. Memphis is sponsored by FedEx because the headquarters for FedEx is in Memphis. Okay, it's called the FedEx Forum, I think, is the name of that arena. But that matters because we're going to segue into how FedEx directly connects to the Joker and Skull and Bones, and like we just talked about, Desmond Bane playing for the Grizzlies, playing against, you know, the Lakers, wearing that purple, right? But what I point out here is that, as a side note, notice in the image above that the Memphis Grizzlies are sponsored by FedEx and play in FedEx Forum. This matters because the founder of FedEx, Frederick W. Smith, is a publicly known member of the Skull and Bones Society. He's one of the biggest names of Skull and Bones outside of like the Bushes and Walter Camp and, you know, those types. But yeah, look at that. Frederick Wallace Smith, founder of FedEx, member of Skull and Bones. Right? It all ties right back up. Batman's great grandfather founded Skull and Bones. Batman is an alumni of Yale. And all that. So we'll keep it moving. Zenith, once again, killing it. She said, Laszlo Bane did the theme song Superman from the show Scrubs, which had Friends Courtney Cox as a guest star, which I could link my Perry Batman video for AJ to check out. That's awesome. I would love to see that. Why else is FedEx important? Well, their colors share the same colors as the Joker.
I was gonna say, AJ, you definitely gotta check out Zenith's page. Like amazing work.
Yeah, I mean, just the comments alone, I'm extremely impressed. So I absolutely need to do that. Yeah, and shout out to Joseph. Castaway Tom Hanks, right? You know, that whole story. He crashed flying a FedEx plane, right? Yeah. Bane wears 22. Bane equals 22.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. You had that massive, 222 ritual. But yeah, look at this, you guys. Like, just the FedEx colors, purple and orange. Is that not exactly what the Joker wears? Pretty much in every way of portraying the Joker. Joseph Hanks, 201 points, first celebrity with COVID. Yep, playing Gin Rummy. I remember that one. All right. Additionally, speaking of Fred Smith, it's Fred Smith, right? You guys, Fred Smith is the founder of FedEx. Speaking of him, it's worth mentioning that Game 1 of last year's NBA Finals took place on June 1st, which we've touched on. A date that holds the exact same date numerology as Fred Smith's last birthday. That must be another massive coincidence, but I say notice too that Fred Smith was born in the year 44. We've been talking about 44, taking us back to those connections, and he being born on 4. Look at that. Anytime I see this, I mean, like this type of date numerology alignment, I can never ignore it.
Dude, I forgot to tell you, when the thing happened with Kobe, the UFC fighter's son. So
Yeah.
remember how it was 248 days after his Kobe Bryant's last birthday?
Yeah, and
Well,
baby Kobe died on the date, leaving 248 days remaining in the year, and then his father was born, right? You told me on the 248th day of the year.
Yeah, but this was something I forgot to tell you, but from like Kobe's last birthday to the day that the little Kobe died, their numerologies were exactly like this.
Really?
Like 5 for 5, yeah.
See, like that this is what I'm saying. Like this is very rare for me to find. It's like, well, when I'm doing date durations, right? I'm looking at, month and days, total days, forwards, backwards, all that stuff. But like the moment that I see that the date numerology is perfect, I mean, talk about what are the odds? Talk about that, insane. Perfect match in any way you want to calculate it. It's a perfect match. Game 1, perfectly aligns to Fred Smith's birthday, right? Founder of FedEx, Joker, and then, hence why the Nuggets won. Just another reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're just over halfway. I got about 45 minutes left. But I said for another point about the FedEx connections, don't forget about the story of Tyree Nichols. You guys remember that? I don't know how many of you guys would remember that story, but he was reportedly killed by Memphis police officers during a traffic stop earlier in 2023 on January 10th. This is relevant because Tyree Nichols was reported to have worked for FedEx. Apparently, he was a driver for FedEx. So, Tyree Nichols dies. He gets shot up by Memphis police where FedEx is headquartered, and he all of this happens once again right before the finals and the playoffs and all that stuff. So something to keep in mind. If you can keep scrolling, let's see. So I say reports also said that Tyree Nichols died in Memphis, where FedEx headquarters is located, exactly 21 weeks and 6 days after the Denver Nuggets eventually ended up winning the NBA Finals, which was on June 12th, which is 126. It's an anagram of 216. Batman equals 666, and 6 times 6 times 6 equals 216. And we were already talking about that about today. Gianna Bryant. Gianna Bryant would be today 216 months old, on the nose. I said for another 216, is it also a coincidence that Tyree Nichols, a former FedEx employee, passed away a span of 21 weeks and 6 days after Fred Smith's birthday? The founder of FedEx? Besides the 44 and kill connections that we've already talked about, it must also be a coincidence that Fred Smith's birthday is August 11th in the year 44, on the date written 11/8. where the words death and homicide both equal 118 in Jewish or Latin gematria. And additionally, Tyree Nichols happened to die exactly 213 days before Fred Smith's next birthday, where death equals 213 in Satanic. So moving on, we were talking about Desmond Bain. Sorry, go ahead, Sean. Was there anything else you wanted to touch on?
Oh, and I was just gonna say that this was because this was like everything from this paragraph. So then I just noticed.
Yeah. So what I'm pointing out here is that Tyree Nichols, FedEx employee, dies exactly 213 days before Fred Smith's birthday, who's the founder of FedEx. Well, death equals 213 in Satanic gematria, and death also equals 118, just like homicide, which is Fred Smith's birthday, August 8th, 118, right?
Yeah.
Moving on, that we were talking about Desmond Bain before segueing about FedEx, but that this next alignment is arguably even bigger, but most people won't understand. So what I say is moving on, the second and more well-known Memphis Grizzlies player to discuss is Ja Morant. Ja Morant. I feel like any basketball enthusiasts are already kind of forgetting about him because he hasn't played much because of this whole gun flaring Instagram shit that he found himself in. But I said, why Ja Morant? Well, he attended Murray State. Okay, in college. He played for Murray State. Let's not forget what we talked about with Murray Franklin getting shot by the Joker and all that. It's extremely relevant because I said taking us back to the Joker Murray connections, and has been in the news most recently for being suspended for posting himself with a gun in a nightclub on Instagram Live. And then again, he did it again in a car with a friend after they got eliminated from the playoffs. So, and like I said, don't forget what we touched on. The gun, shootings, Batman, Murray Franklin, Joker, etc. So I say the Joker Franklin in the closing scenes of the last Joker movie. And now the Lakers are taking on Nikola Joker Jokic and Jamal Murray in the Western Conference Finals after defeating Desmond Bain and Ja Morant in round one of the playoffs. Also, just think about the wordplay. Ja Morant, Jamal Murray, right? Lines up so well, right? So yeah, I mean, we can maybe just, if you can scroll up just a little bit so everybody can see that image, so the middle image when he has the gun kind of down his head, that was the first time he got in trouble when he was at a club, and I think they were still in the playoffs. Then he got suspended, and then the Grizzlies lose, and then later, well, during his offseason, he does it again, and then that's why he got suspended for doing that. But what are the odds he went to Murray? He went to Murray State in college. Extremely relevant. Anything else you want to add in on that before we move on?
Well, it was just also kind of interesting how the colors were so similar to the Nugget. Well, is that how the Nuggets colors are?
I mean, it kind of is, yeah. But we're actually going to get into the colors about the Nuggets, like the true history of their franchise. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that is essentially its colors now. So what we're going to skip past this part, mainly just because what I was touching on was James Harden. So James Harden, he played for the Rockets, okay. And then just think about James Holmes, the shooter in the Batman shooting, and then you have James Harden, who had played for the Thunder, he played for the Rockets, etc. But really that last line there, I said this matters because what was Denver's original mascot? People don't think about that when they're coding, sports teams. because as you know, Sean, I mean, the majority of this kind of work like really ties into history. But yeah, like before it's already shown on the screen, I would have asked everybody, hey, does anybody know what the Denver Nuggets, what their team originally was called? It's the Denver Rockets. Okay. And that ties in with James Harden, who played for the Rockets, the Houston Rockets, for several years. He's still in the league. But just think about that. James Holmes, James Harden. James Harden is a shooter. James Holmes is a shooter. He played for the Rockets. But we're going to segue here into some color symbolism. So, I mean, just look at that logo, Sean. The Denver Rockets, purple and gold.
Yeah.
Right? So I asked, where was the 2023 NCAA men's basketball championship game? It was in Houston last year. Right? This year it was in Phoenix, but last year it was in Houston. They're home of the Houston Rockets. Denver Rockets, Houston Rockets, right?
Wait, AJ, can I give you time to go over this part while I get something real quick?
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Yeah.
So,
you can,
so I'm just going to read this out because this part's important, you guys. I said, what were the Denver Rockets colors? Like we just showed you, it was purple and gold, right? Purple and yellow. Just like the Lakers, bringing in the royalty connections to King Charles, right? That was the very opening line in this book, was the coronation of King Charles, and then King James before that being crowned the all-time leading scorer in the NBA. But King Charles, during his coronation, he wore purple and yellow. Those are big, big, big royalty colors. So he wore that during his coronation ceremony. And most of the gematria community at that time were thoroughly convinced that this was hinting at a Lakers championship where LeBron King James could improve to 5 and 6 in NBA finals. That obviously did not happen. But the same year as King Charles. I mean, it made a lot of sense. But when you take in kind of what we've been talking about with all this other stuff, it makes a lot of sense why the Nuggets plowed through the Lakers last year and this year, now winning 4-1. Don't forget, LeBron James was drafted by the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they won the Cavaliers their first and only NBA championship on June 19th. Shout out to Cody. And because that's the real King James's birthday. King James VII, King of England. But per legend and history, King Charles I was the second son to King James VII, and the Cavaliers served King Charles I during his reign. So that's why LeBron King James from Akron, Ohio, was drafted by the Cleveland Cavaliers, played his first game in the NBA against the Kings, right? Won a championship with the Cavaliers on the real King James's birthday. But lastly, I say here, but most didn't know about the purple and yellow connections with the Denver Nuggets. Remember, the Nuggets refers to gold, like royalty, like currency. And the Denver Nuggets used to be the Denver Rockets, and those colors were literally purple and gold. So I just say, speaking of gold and currency, it must be yet another coincidence that one day after the Nuggets won their first and only championship on June 12th, what are the odds that the Las Vegas Golden Knights would go on to win their first Stanley Cup on June 13th, the day later? Is it also a coincidence that one of the oldest casinos in Vegas is called the Golden Nugget? Or that the Golden Knights and the Florida Panthers, who face each other in the 2023 Stanley Cup Finals, both have logos that directly resemble Skull and Bones, just like the Nuggets, right? So yeah, let's go down one page just so people can see this, because I'm no expert on Vegas. I was there a couple weekends ago, but I walked right past the Golden Nugget. Like, that whole Old Town Vegas thing is pretty cool. But like, just look at that, you know. So you have the golden nugget. I got to include the Skull and Bones 322 there. But right below that, on your far left is the Golden Knights, the Golden Knights logo. Right next to it, in the middle, is the Florida Panthers logo, one of them at least. And then to the far right is the Denver Nuggets logo. So you got that cross, you got those crossbones with all three of these teams. And then I will also share, I don't know if I actually put this in the book, but the Florida Panthers play in a area code that is like, it has 322 in it. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I found that interesting. Can you hear me, Sean? You good?
Sorry, I got muted for a second. It's also interesting with the Florida with like Trump,
Mar-a-Lago and all that. Yep. Yeah. Well, and you know, speaking of Florida, right? Who did the Nuggets beat last year?
Wait, who is it again? Wait, in the finals?
Yeah, in the finals. Who did the Nuggets play?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking about the Nuggets or the Knights.
Who did the Nuggets play in the NBA Finals last year? Who did they beat?
Was the Celtics? I forget.
No, it was Miami. It was the Miami Heat.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yes. Oh, duh, I'm so stupid. Okay, that's where is it? Okay, my bad.
No, you're not, bro. Yeah, Cody, it is all about gold, right? So what I say here is I say even further, the Golden Knights, the name the Knights, they symbolize the Knights Templar, who to many historians were considered to be the original bankers, right? Tying this entire ritual back to money, currency, gold, and banking. Kind of like how the city of Las Vegas is entirely themed around it all, right? I mean, when anybody thinks of Las Vegas, they're thinking of gold and money, you know, currency, dollar bills, y'all.
Dude, just to go back to the thing with Tyree Nichols, with the Bible.
Nichols.
No, but also Tyre. That was a part of. Let me read it. It was a city in Phoenicia, and the Phoenicians were like the first, like the first people who like rode ships, and they were basically like the theory is that the bankers come from the Phoenicians.
Okay.
Like that's where they stem from. Even I mean, some people say even like the Rothschilds have ties to like the Phoenicians. So the Tyree Nichols, like that totally connects to that.
And even just the wordplay of the last name Nichols, right? Nichols is a currency, and Phoenicians like Phoenix, gold.
Yeah.
Right. Once again, last year that's where the Super Bowl was held. But yeah, let's keep it moving. We're getting close to the end here. I say this all comes together when you see the connections between. Sorry, hold on. You can scroll up a little bit. Yeah, the connections between the Knights Templar and Skull and Bones, where the Skull and Bones secret society, headquartered out of Yale, was derived from the Knights Templar. You guys need to, put an asterisk on that note. A lot of the symbolism with Skull and Bones comes directly from the Knights Templar, who are, arguably considered the world's original bankers, right? So keeping it moving. I touched a little bit here on.
Are you okay with Are you okay with going over this real quick? I have to. I just got a call. I just got to answer real quick.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're fine. So I say here, for the cherry on top of it all, keeping in mind what we've learned about 322 already and the direct affiliation with Skull and Bones, is it yet another coincidence that the Knights Templar was reportedly suppressed on March 22nd, 1312? March 22nd, written 322. kind of reminding how on in 2022, right, a year before this story, on July 6th, the date written 7/6 on George W. Bush's 76th birthday, publicly known member of Skull and Bones, the Georgia Guidestones were destroyed. And the Georgia Guidestones were first unveiled on March 22nd, 1980, 322. Skull and Bones equals 76. That's kind of a whole other story, but if you guys aren't aware of it, yeah, it's that simple. The Georgia Guidestones, erected on 322, were destroyed. They were blown up. They're not even there anymore. On the date written 7/6 on George W. Bush's 76th birthday, one of the most, if not the most popular member of Skull and Bones. So I wanted to make sure to put a little excerpt on that. Looking at Cozy says, and in the FedEx logo, there's a white arrow between the E and the X. Yep. Yeah, there is. That's their whole thing of transportation. We good, Sean?
Yep.
Cool. All right, so we'll keep going. So somewhat in closing, right, that the next section here is, I title it the Jokic, Jack Nicholson, and Lakers connections. So what I kind of open it by asking people who played the original Jokers in the Batman movie series. If you were to ask somebody, hey, who's the oldest Joker you can think of? I would argue most people would think Jack Nicholson, right? Jack Nicholson is considered one of the greatest Hollywood actors of all time. He's also known for famously sitting courtside at most Laker games, right? So, of course, last year, Nikola Jokic is playing the Lakers with Jack Nicholson, former Joker, sitting courtside, and just think like Jack, like joke, Jokic, like joke, right? Jack Nicholson, Tyree Nichols, dude. Yeah. Jack Nicholson and Tyree Nichols.
Did you think about that before?
No. This just hit my head with what we've been talking about, man. This is why I'm like, man, we should have done this before I put it to print. Because I could have put another 2 or 3 pages in here about that. Nichols, Nicholson, nickels, dimes, pennies, currency, right? Yeah, shout out to Tracks of Time. Yeah, I have a whole post on that on my Instagram, Kings 10:14, talking about King Solomon getting 666 talents of gold. That's all tied into King James again, because King James made his announcement in a ESPN show called The Decision, which equals 666, where he infamously said specifically, I will be taking my talents to South Beach. My talents to South Beach. And LeBron James equals 114. We're talking about Kings 10:14. Talking about Solomon getting 666 talents in that Bible verse. But anyway, so moving on, we were talking about Jack Nicholson. I just thought about the Tyree Nichols connection, currency. But I say for one more point about Nikola Jokic, take note that the name Nikola was referenced as a fool or jester to marry the Queen of Scots, which is very interesting considering that Nikola Jokic's nickname is the Joker, right? So we can scroll to the next page just to show them the name Nikola means fool. It means fool. So how perfect for Nikola Jokic to be the Joker, which is the fool, right? So I just say Joker and Nikola won the Nuggets their first and only championship less than a year after the death of Queen Elizabeth II, which led to the coronation of King Charles. But her full name is Elizabeth Alexandra marry Windsor. And the name Nicola means fool or a jester to marry the Queen of Scots, right? It's also worth pointing out that in game 1 of the Lakers and Denver series, that I found this super interesting, was that the NBA paid further tribute to the shooting and 3-2-2 rituals that we've been discussing when Lakers shooting guard Austin Reeves, whose nickname is AR-15, he hit a three-pointer at the end of the fourth quarter, bringing the Lakers within 3 points, leading Denver to take a timeout with exactly 322 minutes remaining on the clock. So, yeah, I just want to point that out. So there's Austin Reeves kind of running away. You got the ref putting his arms up, saying that it was good. But look at that, so like right once Austin Reeves hit that shot, they called a timeout and the clock stopped exactly at 3 minutes and 22 seconds left in the game.
I remember that.
Believe it or not, the 3-2-2s don't end there. During the NBA Finals between the Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat, there was a lot of attention drawn to Nikola Jokic, right, with the Nuggets, the Joker, and another player on the Heat named Nikola Jovic. Coincidence. They share the exact same name besides one letter in their last name. Okay? What nobody pointed out, what nobody's talking about, is that their birthdays are exactly 3 months and 22 days apart.
Wow.
Right? So if you can go to the next page, I can show you that alignment, right? So there's that article, Serbian connection. We already talked about there was a big Serbia shooting before the finals last year. And these are the two players, Nikola Jovic and Nikola Jokic. But just simple date duration with their birthdays, man. Look at that. 3 months, 22 days.
Perfect.
It's perfect. Too perfect. Right? So I include that image just to once again reiterate. I mean, this Denver Nuggets logo is the current most commonly used logo. So it makes a lot of sense why the Nuggets are doing their thing right now, last year and this year. I don't know. We'll see what happens with the Nuggets this year. But what I will say is that there has been a theme of back-to-backs this year so far. We've seen the Chiefs go back-to-back. We just saw the Yukon Huskies go back-to-back. Back-to-back in Gematria equals 24. We're in the year 24, right? So just something to think about, you guys. Okay, so then I say here the Denver Nuggets will go on to defeat the Miami Heat in Game 5, right? So they won 4-1. Just like they just won 2 days ago against LA, which equals 41. They won 4-1. They won the series 4-1, doing so on the date leaving 202 days remaining in the year, which matters because the Nuggets clinched the championship on 41 date numerology and in reverse ordinal gematria, skull and bones equals 202, while also equaling 41 in Pythagorean, just like Denver CO, where Game 5 of the NBA Finals was held, right? I think it was very fitting that Denver won last year in Denver on 41 date numerology on the date leaving 202 days remaining in the year. But if I haven't blown your mind yet, I think this will. What I say here is that even further, as the NBA Finals were won in Denver, the city that just so happens to have a freeway, exit number 202, okay? And that exit is Yale Avenue. Yale Avenue. If you guys are late, Yale is the home of Skull and Bones. So I touch on that there. It's headquartered at Yale, which is about to turn 322 years old, right? I wrote this January of last year. So Yale is currently, as we speak, 322 years old, which is why we're still seeing a lot of Yale and Skull and Bones rituals. Just think about when Yale upset the Auburn Tigers during the March Madness tournament. Yale was a massive underdog, but they just so happened to be playing on March 22nd, and they won. How perfect. But yeah, I mean, just look at that screenshot, you guys. June 12th, they win on the date, leaving 202 days remaining in the year. Skull and Bones equals 202. And Denver, where the game was held, is home of exit 202, which is Yale Avenue. That's all I got to share there. Did you have anything else you want to touch on with that? I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Did you, I forget, did we already talk about also that June 12th was George Bush's birthday?
We did not, and I put that in here. That's another thing I could have put in here. That would have been perfect. Right? George Bush Sr., right? Didn't he? He was born on June 12th.
Yeah.
There you go. Mr. Skull and Bones, right? And we already talked, and you know, when you stepped aside, I was talking about George W. Bush and the blowing up of the Georgia Guidestones on 7/6 on George Bush's 76th birthday. Skull and Bones also equals 76, right? But no, I did not. I did not include that in there.
And he was the 41st president, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. He was the 41st president. I'm pretty sure George W. Bush was like the 41st governor of Florida or something, or not Florida. I know that the 2000 election came down to Florida. But yeah, anyway, so I just point out here, once again, this is from last year. Yale at that time was 321 years old, but you could also say that they are in their 322nd year of existence, which is what they're currently in as we speak. So yeah, we're getting close here. So, okay. So I put a little section here about how does Kobe tie into all of this? You know, what I point out is I say, hey, you know, for those that are too young, you know, will not remember when Kobe Bryant was accused of rape in Eagle Springs, Colorado. But he's also been compared to Batman when he infamously wore a black mask after breaking his nose, which, by the way, you know, that there was a player on Yale's basketball team this year when they upset Auburn. I think their best player, I don't remember his name, but he was wearing a black mask, just like Kobe. LeBron James, now a member of the LA Lakers, who passed Kobe in all-time scoring the night before he died, has also worn a mask. But just think about the idea of the mask. You know, Kobe died during COVID or right before the global pandemic was declared. But what happened after COVID? Mandates, masks, right? And I just said, think about Kobe. He died during the year of coronavirus, and he was buried in Corona del Mar. Is that just another coincidence? Where Corona means crown, just like the tattoo that he got on his shoulder after the rape case. And I just say, think about masks as a result of coronavirus, which was blamed on a bat, if you guys don't remember. That whole story began with apparently somebody ate bat soup or something. And then, you know, the outbreak happens, but it was blamed on a bat, reminiscent of Batman and Trump referring to himself as Batman, who was the sitting president during that time. Right. And I just say, hey, just a side note for anybody that doesn't know, I'm Joseph Aquaviva is already ahead of me here, but yeah, I just included that as a side note. I said, make sure to look up Cladex, which was a global pandemic simulation, which took place exactly 666 days before the CDC and the WHO declared coronavirus a global pandemic.
There's an earthquake right now.
No shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then just don't forget, Batman equals 666, right? Anyways, let's keep it moving. Yep, helicopters. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ties right back into Kobe. Yeah, so this is just an image just to show folks, you know, how they've even tied in LeBron and Kobe to Batman over the years. Yeah, like I say here, Kobe died in a helicopter crash. Helicopters are also, this is another crazy one, Sean, if you don't remember this. But look at this. Helicopters are also choppers, right? They're called choppers.
Oh, that's right. I
The
forgot about
Nuggets' home address, that their arena, the Nuggets play at 1000 Chopper Circle in Denver. Like, that's literally the address. Chopper Circle. Really? And the zip code for the Nuggets arena address is 80204. Kind of like 824, which reminds that Kobe Bryant Day is held every year on August 24th. The date written 824. Look at that. Look at the address, you guys. Look at this. Ball Arena. That's where Denver plays. They literally play on Chopper Circle in Denver, which is the 80204 area code. Are you serious?
There has to be a
With
ballerina.
everything else we've talked about. Are you serious? Like, I don't. This is the kind of stuff, right, where I get to a point where I go, I don't know what else to do anymore, man. I mean, it's so obvious. It's so obvious how they're like. I don't have all the answers, you know what I mean? But it's so obvious, like that these are rituals, right? Like that there are numerical rituals and wordplay rituals happening every single day, every day.
Yeah, and then I guess so another thing, just to add real quick. So like the game ended on 6/12, and you know, like Kobe's connection with like Jupiter, with the 24. So I believe Zeus, which is Jupiter, Zeus equals 612
Yeah.
in Greek. The Greek Zeus equals 612 in Greek, and they happen to win on 612 at the arena that you just everything you just said about the Denver Nuggets arena connecting to Kobe and 24 being Jupiter. Oh, Ball Arena. I was thinking about ballerina, but Ball Arena. That's true too.
There's got to be something about ballerina, though. Like I like that. I like that wordplay. There's something there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Here's another crazy thing, right? Because and this kind of goes back to Matt on the Moon, and you know the comic connections with Moon Knight and all that. But what I point out here, I said, besides everything we talked about, you know, 1000 Chopper Circle in the zip code 80204. I said, if that's not enough, what if I told you that one of the original Batman comics featured the Joker copter, which was used to spray venom on soldiers in Guatemala? What other creature spits venom? Maybe a snake? Kind of like how Kobe was known as the Black Mamba, a snake who died in a helicopter, right? So you can show them the image now. Joker copter. I'm not making this shit up, you guys. The Joker copter. Customized helicopter used by the Joker and his henchmen, adorned with his face on the front, much like Joker mobile. Joker used these to spray Joker venom. You know? So the Joker copter sprays venom in the in the comic series. So anyways, kind of wrapping this up. Take note in Kobe's last ever career game, right? We know about this. There was a helicopter giveaway with Kobe where he's like an action figure, but he's also a helicopter, and that had everything to do with him notoriously taking helicopter rides to the arena to avoid traffic. But yeah, you can just show them that real quick. Yep. And then, okay, to further elaborate on this, don't ignore either that Heath Ledger's Joker disguised himself as a nurse in his last ever movie, right? a nurse, a medical practitioner who were glorified during the coronavirus pandemic, the same year that Kobe was killed. Maybe I should have rephrased it. I'm not trying to get conspiratorial with that, but maybe I should have said the same year that Kobe died.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at that, right? So, here you have Heath Ledger dressed up as a nurse. Nurses were the, quote, first responders during COVID. But just when you thought that the riddle doesn't go any deeper, also take note that Game 1 of the NBA Finals took place on National Flip a Coin Day. For those of you who are Batman fans, you know exactly what I'm alluding to. Coin flip, right? When it comes to characters in the Batman series, who flips the coin? Two-Face, right? So I just point out here at the end, one of Batman's most famous villains besides the Joker was Two-Face, who was also featured in The Dark Knight, featuring Heath Ledger, best known for always flipping a coin before making sinister decisions, including deciding to kill the Joker in this movie. There you go. There he is, Mr. Two-Face. So we're getting really close here. I said, additionally, in the LeBron James leading Space Jam: A New Legacy, if you guys don't remember that, but LeBron came out with Jam 2 back in 2021. What's hilarious about that is LeBron and Bugs Bunny in that movie literally transform into Batman and Robin. And remember, Batman's great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones. And if you type out the total title of that movie, Space Jam: A New Legacy, it equals 322 in reverse. In case you haven't seen this either, LeBron has also been documented as saying he would love to play Batman in a movie, right? And I think I just end it by just re-emphasizing. Lastly, don't forget that the Denver Nuggets logo eerily represents the Skull and Bones logo, represented by 322. And we don't need to read the closing. The closing is just a big thank you for anybody who takes the time to read it. But I really think that we hit everything. Just want to thank you, Sean, and the viewers and the commentators, just for giving me the time to kind of walk you guys through this, because it's still extremely relevant. And hopefully you guys can keep an eye on things moving forward as we get closer to the election, as the Trump hush money scandal continues. Looking at sports, right? The Golden Knights and the Nuggets are still doing just fine in the playoffs. So talking about back-to-backs and stuff, just keep an eye on that. But I'll leave it there, Sean.
I might good. So hopefully, like, if you've seen the other books, you can see, just like, again, this book was in the making before the finals last year, which ended in June. And then all these, it was just so clearly connected to all this Batman stuff. And then shortly after, I think about the Matthew Perry thing, because that was such a big part of that just led to so much, that was one of the next big events that people were talking about for so long. But then it was he was all calling himself Batman, and then you see all these themes that are so tied to all this stuff. If you remember the last book that AJ talked about, which was Matt on the Moon, and how he had those connections with Joaquin Phoenix, and how Joaquin Phoenix ties into this code too, which was, like I said, written before. So it's it just makes me wonder how far back this whole thing truly goes, or how much longer. Is it all about Batman? What's the bigger picture, but just this whole Batman thing is clear. It's clear as day. And yeah, I don't know, just like so interesting to me. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, by the way. There you go.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to make noise over your comments.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Yes, thank you, Kimberly. We do this for people like you that appreciate it.
And Zenith is recommending that you make a YouTube channel. I agree with him.
Man,
I totally agree with him.
I probably should. I don't know anything about it, so maybe you can help me out.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to dabble into TikTok and expand, but I'm kind of stuck in my own ways. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I just feel like your work would be so good for like the platform of YouTube, because like, I mean, I love so much watching like content like yours and then like Rambo's, where it's just like you don't even feel like you're watching like a conspiratorial channel. You're just learning, like straight up like learning, like being educated.
Yeah.
And you and him, like you guys are just such like clear teachers. Like you guys, I feel like this, like with TikTok is really challenging, just the way Instagram is, like, because you have to capture people's attentions really fast, and I feel like this place is like, that's what I've been enjoying about this platform so much, is that it's all the people who really want to learn. That's why it's like you basically put out like, oh, I'm gonna be doing live on this day, and then the people who are gonna be hungry for knowledge, they're gonna be the ones who are gonna be there. It's not gonna be like it's like the opposite with Instagram, where it's like it just people are getting information that they don't necessarily want, and they're going to keep scrolling until they get the one that they want,
just like TikTok, right? Like TikTok and Instagram is very like it's clickbait, right? It just, hey, I want to be entertained for 5 seconds and then I'm over it. But like this information requires more than 5 seconds of your attention.
Exactly.
And I think sadly, that's why this information is not being well received globally,
Yeah, because I feel like when we do these like book reviews, like I feel like even though I'm familiar with the information, I still feel like I'm learning it again, like kind of for the first time. But it doesn't even necessarily feel, like I said, it doesn't feel like one of those conspiratorial conversations. Like I feel like I really feel like I'm in class, but in a good way, like one of the fun classes that you would. Yeah, well, it's like lecture style,
This goes back to my this goes back to my favorite Bible verse, honestly. Talking about, hey, in order to get to heaven, you must humble yourself as a child. You must be like children to enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
And to me, that, like, well, when I came across that, man, it kind of told me everything I've needed to know. And I don't know everything. I don't know anything, right? That's the other favorite quote I have. Socrates, I think, where he said, "I am the wisest man that I know. But as such, I know, like, ultimately, I know that I know nothing." And sadly, most people, right, the ones that don't have this attention span, they think they know everything that they need to know. That's the problem. They're not willing to humble themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not willing to do it. They're not willing to do it. But people like you and me, those in the chat, Aqua Viva, Cody, Zenith, Kimberly, all you guys, like we're all in this together. And I think we all are living similar experiences, where in my own day-to-day life, I don't have people physically in front of me that can really pick up what I'm putting down. And that's why I just appreciate you having me on your platform, and taking some time to just put this information out again. I guess what I'll say is that I got a couple hard copies left of Fool's Gold. I bought another little stack. I have all of my books via PDF. If you guys want one, just send me a DM on Instagram. I do have a platform on TikTok, so if you guys can find me on TikTok, it's the same handle as Ball Don't Lie, but it's with 4 L's
I've
instead
been
of
putting it
3.
in. I've been putting it in the description, so I'll put it again in the description.
Yeah, and it's a slow project for TikTok. I have like 3 videos I've done. I'm not even speaking in those videos. I try to make them funny and quick
Hmm.
to point out
Oh,
some things.
Kim's interested in a hard copy.
Okay, how to buy hard copies? Want to buy one for my son? Yeah, Kimberly, reach out to Sean. Sean, connect me with Kimberly. I have one more stack of all my hard copies that I can reserve for you. Just need a name and an address. Once again, I'm not doing this for money. I won't charge you a dime, Kimberly. You know, if you want to send me a donation, it's always welcome and appreciated. But once again, I'm not doing this to charge people money. You know, I got my Patreon for people that are willing to pay monthly, you know, for the codes and alignments that I see every day. But yeah, at the end of the day, I do this. I do this for people that want to learn, just like I do, you know. So
Yeah, and then like he said, I think Cozy said that they're on Insta. So if you guys want to follow AJ's Instagram, it's in his handle right there, just as it is. Ball Don't Lie. And yeah, I mean, you hit
All
him
Don't
up.
Lie with 3 L's.
Mm-hmm.
With 3 L's. Yeah, it's just a play on words. I'm a basketball fan at heart, and you and I have talked about this, Sean. But yeah, the name "Ball Don't Lie" that's literally a phrase in
Yeah.
the world of basketball enthusiasts,
Mm-hmm.
where typically it kind of stemmed from when a player gets fouled and they're shooting a free throw, but the foul is maybe weak, right? Where it's like it wasn't a foul, but they get called a foul and they're shooting. As soon as they miss that first or second free throw, hey, the ball don't lie. The ball don't lie, right? Meaning the basketball gods were like, yep, that wasn't a foul. That's why you missed the free throw, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of where it stems from. And I had some fun with it earlier when I first started the channel, you know, spelling it ball, BAAL, you know, and I had a lot of people coming at me being like, you're so evil, bro. And I'm like, dude,
I thought it was funny.
You know, so that's why I changed it, because it's like I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah,
You
because
know,
obviously there's people like less. There's like I guess people that will just get triggered easier, and I guess it's like it shouldn't matter, but then at the same time it might take away from being able to reach out to them if they like, because you know there's those people that's like what they care about so much, like, oh, is that person controlled? Oh, like I remember some people were trying to expose me because I had 4, like the 4s in my IG name. They're like, oh, he thinks he's so clever because of the with the 444. I'm like, do you think anything like
Lucifer equals 444 in this cipher, and you know, you're evil, Sean.
yeah, people are just funny, but
Yeah. I mean, if anything, it's kind of humbling. It's like, oh, okay. Like, you're going to come at me. You're going to come at Sean. I mean, come on.
yeah. I was gonna
You
say,
know.
I don't know if anyone wants to like hang out for a little bit. I know AJ probably has to leave soon. I'll just put like the link if anyone does want to like hang out for a little bit longer. But yeah, if you can hang out for a little bit longer too, AJ, or if you need to leave soon, you can like say some closing remarks.
Yeah, I do got a jam. I'll stick around as long as I can, but my wife is heading home now. And so, you know, I got to make sure I'm making myself available for her, because, you know, this kind of work takes a lot of time. and she supports me. I love her to death. And, the least I can do is make myself as available to her when she's back from work. I'm blessed to work remotely. This is not my primary form of income, like with the Patreon or whatever. So, I have a full-time job just like you guys all do. I'm blessed to work in an environment that gives me a lot of flexibility to do this. If you want to bring anyone on, if Cody wants to jump on, Joseph, Cozy, Kimberly, I do need to jump off rather soon. So I apologize in advance if all of a sudden I disappear. But just want to thank everybody for being a part of this. I hope you guys learned some new things today. And I hope you guys can take that with you as we continue to see things unfold, right? I mean, we were focused on a very particular topic, but man, the hand, right? The hand, real quick, the hand is just as relevant right now, Sean, right? We got Happy Gilmore 2 coming out. You and I talked about, dude, well, once they announce when that's going to release, that's going to tie right into everything. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to have to reach and scrape and claw for that. I already know that they're working on what date that's going to release to just pay tribute and ritual to all the deaths that have happened over the last 6 months. Bob Barker, Carl Weathers. What was the other guy's name? Joe Flattery, right? So.
What's up, Cody?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. You back to not showing your
right.
face now, Cody?
Yeah, well, I'm on my computer, and my computer has no camera really, so it's just easier for me.
I'm just giving you a hard time, brother.
Oh yeah, no problem. I want to get a better once I get a better computer, I'll be able to show my face a lot more, like when I'm doing live streams and stuff. But
yeah,
for right now, I just got my CR here, my CR.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah. This was the thing that ties me to all this stuff. The Cody Rhodes thing that's going on right now, and then the King Charles, his cipher is literally the same symbol, the CR like this, and the Colorado Rockies. You're just talking about the Denver Nuggets; they're in the same city.
There you go.
So that's what my hat is actually. That's funny. You're wearing a Denver hat, and I walk around with a Denver hat on all the time. So yeah, that's a cool hat, man.
Isn't it? Right? Like, I don't watch sports the way I used to as a huge basketball fan, but like some people like to jab at me even for wearing this hat. Oh, so you're supporting the satanic leagues and stuff? No, I just like the hat. And I think it's I think alone, like, it's a conversation maker. So
yeah. It just has a cool logo on it, and the colors.
Yeah, exactly. It's cool. And like this is the exact same Joker that I mentioned in the book, pointing out all the FedEx connections and the colors, and Jack Nicholson. And then, over our read through today, Tyree Nicholson, Currency, right? Like that. That's why I love doing these types of live reads, because, I come across other findings, whether it's in the comments with what you share, with what Sean shares, where I go, man, if only I knew that before I put it to print. But, at the end of the day, it's still good stuff.
Yeah, it's hard, like, because we can't get everything, but that's why it's so good that we all have each other. Because I felt the same way. Like, once I started getting a lot more connected with people, my information has gotten like so much better. Like I've met, like, it's like, I guess where I feel like I'm at right now, I definitely couldn't have been there without like the help of like everybody, like just their input. And then sometimes like I'll find out a new piece of information and it'll lead me to more things that I would never have figured out before. So I believe in the support and all that.
Yeah, I mean, just today, I had at least 2 or 3 comments come to my YouTube channel that have like blown my mind and connected so many dots. I shared a few with you already, Sean.
Mhm.
You know, like
You can share them. I mean, I don't know if you want to, but if you want, I think that you can share whatever you have on your mind.
well,
Or
I
you don't
mean,
have to. We also don't have to if you don't want to.
no, I mean,
Whatever you
there
want
is
to.
something I wanted. Well, I did want to tell you what I was in the chat, but I didn't know if you. I don't think I didn't type it in the chat, but so I've been talking about the 135, right? And
Mhm.
um, the Eiffel Tower will turn 135 years old.
Yeah.
You know how WWE is having Backlash France. That's what it's called, Backlash France, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you type in Backlash and you type in France and go to the Jewish cipher,
Do you want
I
me to
was
do
like,
it?
are you kidding me?
Here, let me
Like,
do it real quick. Let me show. Let me do it.
yeah, you can just pull it up because then it's people can see it. This is like the Eiffel Tower is about ready to turn 135 years old, just so you guys know. And WWE's having an event in France.
What was it?
Well,
Was it?
type in each separately. Backlash and France.
Oh,
Okay, so Backlash and
I'm done.
France. Both 135 in Jewish. Are you kidding me? And I was like, are you kidding me? Because, the 135, I was telling you about Francis Bean Cobain, who's born on the day leaving 135 days in the year. And her dad named her after the song Francis Farmer. Francis Farmer Gets Revenge on Seattle or something. It's like a long title. Her dad wrote a song called, you can pull that up too if you want. I don't remember what the full title is, but this my next decode. I'm going to put all this together, guys. This is insane stuff. This goes all the way back to Kobe Bryant. It goes back to Bray Wyatt, the wrestler who died last year. Yeah, I can't remember what that song's called. Francis Farmer. Yeah, it's Francis Farmer. Just type in that and it might come up. Yeah, it's that long one. So what in the heck is this title, guys? I mean, come on. Francis Farmer will have her revenge on Seattle. And then Kurt Cobain names his daughter Frances Bean Cobain, right? And again, the Olympics is going to be in France.
Bean. Hold on, real quick. Bean.
She has the same middle name as Kobe, yeah.
Yeah. Bean. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Yeah, but this is where it gets bigger. She's born on the day leaving 135 days in the year, like Kobe Bean Bryant equals 135. And yeah, so all this is going to come together. This all connects to France this year. It's like, I don't know if you've seen my last videos or anything, but I've been talking about France, Francis and France. It's all I've been talking about. And it all connects to Kobe Bryant, and it connects to Kurt Cobain and the head wound that he got. And just, it's insane. And this 135 number keeps coming up as also, which is why I told Sean to type in France, because that equals 135 in Jewish. But yeah, I mean,
well, Kobe Bean Bryant is 135 in ordinal.
okay,
But then if you type out France, it equals 135. Which by the way, Kobe Bryant, I believe his birthday is on the 235th day of the year. Society of Jesus equals 235. Obviously, Society of Jesus are the Jesuits. Pope Francis.
right.
All that stuff.
This all ties back to the Jesuits and Pope Francis. Whenever I put this decode together, I have so much to bring together because I had this show I was telling Sean about called Ozark, and it also leads back. It's crazy. And then the thing I found today with the Kentucky Derby also blew my mind. And again, these are all finds that came from other people's comments in my section of my YouTube channel. And but the Kentucky Derby has a horse called Honor Marie, and I just did a video yesterday about how the whole month of May is talking about Mary, which is like Marie. It's another word for Marie, Mary. And so Honor Marie is the horse that a lot of the articles popping up for the horse race are saying that it's kind of the long shot horse. And so I stumble across this just the day after I make a whole video about the month of May and Marie and Mary. And Honor Marie is the only horse in the race that's running on his birthday, which is enough. And just so happens to be that Honor Marie has a 2-cipher match to Wood Dragon, which is the year we're in. I'm not saying this horse is going to win, but what's very interesting about this horse, though, is I don't know if you follow Jurassic Liar's YouTube channel, but he's had predictions that June 11th will be a big day, and it's at some year eventually it will be a big day. And Honor Marie just happens to be a descendant of Seattle Slew, which was the horse that won the Triple Crown on June 11th, 1977. And so Honor Marie is the descendant, the great grandson of Seattle Slew, essentially, if you're talking in descendants. So, and I've noticed that Honor Marie has that June 11th encoded with the 116 in the same cipher as Cody Rhodes, who will be fighting the same day as the Kentucky Derby. And notice that Cody Rhodes has the 2-cipher match to Honor Marie and Wood Dragon. So all this has the 116. Cody Rhodes' father died on June 11th. He was the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. And the guy that is facing Cody Rhodes the same day as the Kentucky Derby is AJ Styles, who faced Cody's dad, Dusty Rhodes, back in 2003, just 119 days after AJ Styles won the Triple Crown on June 11th.
But did you mention how he was born the same year as the Triple Crown?
He's born 9 days, but yeah, he's born 9 days before Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown. And in 2003, he won a Triple Crown in wrestling on June 11th, the same day Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown. This is insane. I mean, this is not a coincidence. It was the TNA Triple Crown, and if you look, I don't know where it's at in there, it's somewhere on there, but on June 11th, he won the TNA Triple Crown, June 11th, 2003, right there. Yep. And Cody Rhodes is facing this guy on the same day that this horse, who's a descendant of the horse that won on June 11th. It's just, and his name is AJ Styles. Okay. And if you just type in Google a horse style, there's such a thing as a horse style. It's spelled Stile. Just change the one letter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a gate to let livestock and horses through. So you have AJ Styles and you have the horse style on the same day, the horse race. So yeah, I guess I just gave away a whole.
Hey, Cody,
video.
real quick. Cody, real quick. I just want to throw in here. Just notice that the Super Bowl last year, not this year, but last year, was held in State Farm Arena.
Right.
And the college basketball championship this year was held in that same arena, State Farm Arena.
Right.
So
yeah.
I just want to throw that in there too. Yeah,
there's been lots of farm symbolism.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking because there's just been a lot of Jurassic Liars. He talks about Casey. I know Casey was here. One second, let me add him. So yeah, there's a lot of symbolism with like Jurassic talks about with Seattle and something happening, but then we've been seeing a lot of things with Seattle and like earthquakes, like past and potentially future. But that kind of ties into the horse theme because I know Neptune is a god of earthquakes and horses, I believe. So it's like there's that horse. There's the horse and earthquake connection. Let me try to corroborate that. But Casey, can you correct me on that? Isn't there's something with Neptune and horses? Is there not? Or
Oh yeah. Neptune's the god of horses.
yeah, and
Pretty
earthquakes,
sure
right?
Kobe was born in a horse year too.
Kobe is born in a horse year. Yep.
Oh wow.
Hey guys, I got a jam. Good seeing you guys.
Thank you, AJ. Thank
Hey,
you
man.
again for everything, man. Thanks for your time, and again, like your work is, I'm excited for your next book, and I if you're down, I think it'd be interesting to talk about what's it called, the Clay Thompson. I think that would be really fun to talk
clay
about
of the
sometime.
earth, clay of the earth, and the 4 elements of matter. That's a whole different story, which doesn't really tie into the last 3 reads that we've done.
Yeah, it
But
doesn't.
we did this obviously because it just ties in with everything we've been talking about.
Yeah, and I don't think we necessarily need to. It doesn't always need have to. Like, I'm willing to, like, because this is always just so fun to have you on and to give you time. So like, if you ever want, like, if there's any thing you want to share, even if it's a sports decode, even if it's like something small, I would just love to have you on.
Kind of like 2 days ago with the 248. We could talk about that. Jesus,
Cooper.
We could talk about that 248 ritual 2 days ago for 3 hours.
Dude, yeah, it's.
I mean,
But
I
Hey, I love you guys. Cody, Casey, Joseph, Cozy, Kimberly, all of you guys, Zenith. It's been a pleasure, and I really appreciate the time and the opportunity to share what I have to say. Obviously, this work has been out for a minute now. If anybody wants it, Sean will make it happen. Follow me on Instagram. That's really my platform right now. And Cody, good to hear from you again, brother. And we will all chat soon. Okay.
Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, man. A great presentation, and look forward to talking to you again soon. Hopefully, have you on my channel at some point. So
yeah, absolutely, Cody. Let's get in a group text or a group chat or something like that. We'll make it happen.
All right, man. Well, have a good night. Enjoy your time.
All right, later, guys.
See you, man. What's going on, guys? Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about that interesting thing with horses and earthquakes, Seattle, stuff like that. I don't know if you guys want to elaborate on that.
Well, I just wanted to say too, with Kobe being born in a horse year also, right? So this, so I decided to look to see when the last horse year ended, the zodiac year, the horse, and if you go from the end of the last horse year to this horse race coming up, so the very end of the last horse year, which was I believe February 17th, 2015. And you go to the horse race on Saturday, you're going to see an interesting number in the years and months.
What's the end date again?
The horse race coming up on 5/4 in this few days. In the years and months, or years and weeks, sorry.
Yeah. Wow, that's good. Also, I mean, I know I think Casey's kind of like on the fence with like the end dates and stuff, but I feel like that end date still adds a lot to that too, since it adds the year as well. Because it's it could be 9 years, 11 weeks, but then like that kind of makes it a little bit even more specific, like with the 2001 year,
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah,
even without it, that's still pretty big.
I mean, considering what I just showed you with the June 11th connection, and June 11th being just the upside down of 9/11. Again, I just couldn't believe it that this whole thing is so perfectly scripted with right now with this June 11th stuff. I mean, it just happens to be happening this year, and this connects with that song I brought up, how Francis Farmer Again, there you go. I just didn't even think of that until now. It's the farm, the horses on the farm. Frances Farmer gets her revenge on Seattle. You get it?
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, this isn't. I'll put this more like in a layout for my next video, I think, or for maybe I'll just do like I won't do a live stream on it. Maybe I'm just gonna do a quick video on it and put it all together. But at least for the horse thing. But I don't know. It kind of all ties into the Kobe Bryant and all the other stuff too. So it's hard for me to figure out what I can put together and what I can't. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the horse thing ties into the Jupiter stuff with Kobe and the 326s, because he was, there's so many 326s, but one of the two I like to point out is that Kobe died 326 days after Shaq's birthday and 326 days before the Pope's birthday. And the Chinese zodiac, really, it's based on Jupiter because Jupiter has a 12-year orbit. The Chinese zodiac lasts. It's a 12-year cycle, and those two people I was talking about, Shaq and Pope Francis, they're born in the same Chinese year of the zodiac. They were both born in the rat year, and I think LeBron James was a rat too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow. Am I still there? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, and in this 326, I see this a lot too. I mean, when I'm doing date durations and stuff, this number comes up a lot. I can't. I need to start recording them because I've seen at least just in the last week. I think even I've seen probably 10 or 15 326, connections when I'm doing date durations between events that I'm measuring, and I should be writing these down, but I just don't. I don't record them. But yeah, this number keeps coming up also with me.
But that's why, like, I'm like I can vouch for Casey so much, and I can only imagine what he like has been thinking with like the past like month or so since like the Francis Scott Key Bridge thing, because this was something that I remember seeing. Oh no, oh man. Well, I remember him talking about, like, it was one of his old videos, like when I just started. Sorry, I didn't know where it cut off. You guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, yeah, I was gonna say like, yeah, I can only imagine how Casey feels with like all that 326 stuff. I'll bring it back up, but like, because I can really vouch for him. Like the past few months, or like when I just started connecting with him, like a few months ago, I was like asking him. I was like, "Can you please put up your videos?" Because I remember seeing them a long time ago, and I didn't really understand them, but. So when he put up a few of them, and I remember one of them being about he made when like Kobe died, like back in 2020, how Kobe died, like how the significance with him and Pluto. I mean, you already know the significance of Kobe and Pluto because 248, the 248 orbit period. So it was like crazy. He found the pattern that Kobe died 326 days before Pope Francis's 84th birthday, and that's significant because Pluto equals 84. And I think he made that video on the day. Didn't you put? I think Casey, you made that video on the day that Kobe died. So it was like
it's been so long. I'm not sure exactly when I made it.
Because I remember in the video when I was hearing you talk about it, you're like saying like, yeah, like as you know, today Kobe died. So this was something that you like pointed out the day of. So
yeah.
So then he also pointed out that Kobe, like on the day that he died, like his own age, he was like this many weeks old, and that's the 326 prime. So he was already catching on to that 326, and then now, what's up?
Sorry, Sean, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say like I could only imagine how you felt about like when this year on 326 the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, when you had made that 4 years ago.
Yes, it's a little bit kind of like, well, as much as I talk about 326, I didn't really have that date marked for anything.
And then what was the connection again with the date of the bridge collapse and Pope Francis with the was it 266 days before his birthday or something like that?
Yeah, 266 days before his 88th birthday, and the bridge collapsed on the 88th minute of the day,
Like
or 88 minutes into the day.
that's
That was
insane.
kind of
It's absolutely insane. And then we have the thing that I found with I already forgot what the connection was, but with the Kobe Naganu, I think he was born 326 days after Pope Francis's. No, that's not it. I already forgot it, but I mean, yeah, I mean, you can elaborate. Maybe I could try to find it while you're talking.
Yeah,
but
it's interesting, man, that Kobe had the two numbers, the 8 and the 24, and Rambo teaches us how the 24 is a number for Jupiter, and of course Jupiter is Kobe's detriment, and you can see the detriment. I think with what I was talking about with Shaq and Pope Francis. Not only were they born in the same year of the Chinese zodiac, which is a zodiac based on the orbital period of Jupiter, they both born under signs that are ruled by Jupiter. Shaq's a Pisces and Pope Francis is Sagittarius. And another thing I want to mention about, there's another player that's he's kind of aged right now, Dr. J. Similar to Kobe, he wore two numbers in his career. He wore the numbers 32 and 6. And if you look at Dr. J's career points total, he had a career points total of 30,026 points. So I don't know, maybe I'm sure whenever Dr. J, whenever he passes away, it'll have to be tied into Kobe somehow.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, this was the one that I was trying to remember, but yeah, so I remember this that he had made Kobe 326 days before Pope Francis's 84th birthday, and then this Pluto return, and Kobe Naganu died, or I put death, but should say birth. He was born 326 days after the Pluto return, so just perfect.
Yeah, and while I'm here, I don't know about. I think I've always in the past I've been on a handful of live streams. I keep failing to mention the what I call the Pluto lunar count. Kobe Bryant, he was born on that count, and what it is, it's a lunar months from the day that Pluto was discovered, February 18th, 1930. If you look at a date to date, the discovery date to Kobe's birthday, it's exactly 50 lunar years, and it seems like it connects to Whitney Houston. She was also born on that Pluto lunar count, but her lifespan was also 50 lunar years. So Kobe was born 50 lunar years after Pluto. Whitney Houston lived a span of 50 lunar years, and I really did think there was something important to this year's Super Bowl because it was the 12th anniversary of Whitney Houston's death. But I mean, I didn't really see anything that was super apparent connected to that. Anyways,
Yeah,
I'll give you the floor.
No. I was gonna say you should, with that huge Pluto thing that happened with Kobe Naganu, on, well, he died on the 27th, but they announced it on the 29th. But you're saying that the 29th was a Pluto lunar count, right?
Yeah, it was, and it's a little tricky because, you can do it, calculate it, if you know the days in a lunar month, 29.530589. You just get a date span divided by that number. But the thing about it is sometimes it's not perfect. It needs to line up with the illumination of the moon. So so if you calculated it, it looked like it fell on the 28th. But if you go and look at the illumination of the moon, it actually fell on the 29th, like well into the 29th, as a matter of fact. And it was the Pluto lunar count was 1165.
Yeah, and 1165 is a number I've learned a lot from 7-1 because that's dang it, what am I doing? 1165 equals 811 in base 12, or I think it's base 12. Let me share my screen again. Are you familiar with that connection with 1165 and 811?
What is that? Base 12, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's base 12.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I often look at the base 12 and base 8s, but I sometimes I don't make those connections because I don't know. People probably would see like, oh, look at him now. He's taking numbers and turning them into. But it's relevant. It's definitely relevant. I mean,
Yeah, I take that I take that risk a lot, and I think I'm trying to learn the balance. I'm trying to like, oops.
I mean, it's relevant because Zach Hubbard has even brought this up a lot about the number 201 and the number 129 because he often talks about the number 129 and how its base 8 is 201.
Right. Yeah.
Or 201 is 129 and base 8, I think.
Yeah.
But
well, there's something really significant about the 1165, which I mean, I think it just makes total sense as to why like all these things are happening around the same time, like in the same week. Because I remember I pointed out that Ryan Garcia was 1341 weeks old on the day of the fight recently, 420. So Ryan Garcia was 1341 weeks, and then that made me think about Kobe, and then like all the stuff with Pluto. But so remember how I was saying that Ryan Garcia wasn't taking the fight seriously?
yeah, another
So
Joker connection.
yeah, and he wasn't taking the fight seriously. That's what they're saying, and I was thinking about Sirius, the dog star, because of the Halalical rising, and Ryan Garcia was born on 8/8. So, and this is something I learned from Casey too, that Osama bin Laden. Well, before I mentioned that, so Sirius, in the Greek, Sirius equals 595. It's just kind of a hassle to do right now, but I mean, yeah. So Sirius equals 595. And Osama bin Laden was exactly 595 lunar orbits on 9/11. Right, Casey? That's it. Osama bin Laden was 595 lunar orbits on 9/11.
Yeah, that's right. He's 595 lunar orbits. Sorry about that. I'm picking up my daughter
Oh, no problem. And then
from rehearsals.
and then there was one dog that died on 9/11, and his name was Sirius. So there was obviously something big about Sirius on 9/11. But if you go from the day that, or what was it? If you go from Ryan Garcia's debut match, his first match, which was here, and if you go back to the day that Osama bin Laden took office, it was 1165 days. 1165.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? So this was Ryan Garcia's debut fight, his first fight, and from the day that Osama bin Laden took office of Al Qaeda to his debut fight was 1165.
333 months and 30 days too. That's crazy.
Yeah. But what makes this even crazier is, so the first prime number is 2. The 165th prime number is 977. So the first prime number is, wait, sorry. The first prime number is 2, and the 106th prime number is 977. So 290, that's the amount of casualties on 9/11. It was 2,977 casualties on 9/11. So you're basically looking at.
Sean, like I like to talk about the magic squares. You take the magic square of the the moon's is 3321. Subtract the magic square of the Mars 325, you get 2996. Which, if you include the hijackers, that's how many casualties there were on 9/11. And something else I wanted to mention real quick with the serious stuff. And somehow I forgot about this, but Jupiter was actually in conjunction with Sirius on the day of 9/11. It was at 101 degrees of the eclipse.
Wow.
Well,
Jupiter.
it wasn't actually, I'll take that back. It wasn't in conjunction with Sirius because Sirius moved to 104 at what was it, back in 1993. Anyways, but you know how important the 101 is to Sirius, and it is just within 3 degrees of that Sirius position. So
Yeah.
I
And then
think that was part of the ritual.
yeah. That for the 101. Oh, because that's where Sirius was. That was the Sirius. Oh yeah, Sirius used to be at the 101st degree, right?
Yeah, when America was founded, it was at the
Yeah.
101st degree.
Right.
It was around the
So-
time of the Sun Sirius conjunction. And I also have to throw out that the exaltation degree for Jupiter is the middle degree of Cancer. So, or 14 degrees Cancer.
Yeah, that's crazy. And with his debut fight being on 6/9 too, but that, I mean, that's still I mean, that's huge, like, because of what you mentioned the last time we were live with the Cancer and the capstone. So it shows that Jupiter is pretty important to that capstone too.
Yeah, I guess you're talking about the Godstones. They demolished on
Oh,
July 6th. With the
Right.
Sun, that was the day of the Sun Sirius conjunction. So I really think that August 11th of 2025 would be special because Jupiter and Venus will come into conjunction at that degree, at that exaltation degree, and
Wow.
which
That's what's
is
hard
where
because I know you told me
where
I know you
Sirius
told me that
is.
before.
Yeah.
That's what's hard is that there's sometimes, like, I know you told, like, you will tell me, like, I know you told me about that the Pluto lunar count for the 29th. I remember you told me that, but it's hard for it to stick sometimes since I'm still new to the astrology stuff, you know? Like, it's so hopefully I can remember that one, the August 11th. I mean, I just got to write it down, but I'm sure, I mean, I'm sure you're on, like, I'm sure you're onto something with that date, the August 11th, 25, because I was just thinking about the times, like, basically the past 10 days, you know, you were like, oh, look out for the 21st, because, like, something with Jupiter, and then you get the helicopter crashes. Now it's when with the Jupiter Uranus conjunction, and then you told me to look out for the 29th. So, like, I'm sure, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're onto something with that August 11th date too.
Well, what's interesting about you have the date up right there. That this date here is the day Osama bin Laden took office.
Yeah.
Well, notice it was a leap year. It was the 224 day of the year. We're in the year 224 right now, and this is the day the Olympics ends this year.
I wonder how many years is it?
It's 36 years. Jupiter.
Oh, wait. Oh, shoot.
Jupiter equals 36. And don't forget, the Olympics is all around Jupiter. The flame symbol and the 24 symbol they've done. And what's even more interesting is that, you know, the Jupiter. What was I going to say? I forgot now. I lost what I was going to say. Oh yeah, the Olympics logo has the flame with the woman. I told you in the movie in 2015 that the movie Jupiter Ascending was the woman was the playing Jupiter, right? So,
Yeah.
and if you follow Archaics, some of his predictions based off of isometrics was that there would be some sort of terrorist attack similar to the one of 1972. Well, that would align with that would align with bin Laden, right? Because he was a terrorist, right? So that's interesting how it lines up with the year, because again, it's a leap year this year, and it's the 224 day of the year, just like Osama bin Laden took office on the 224 day, and it connects with Jupiter, 36 years. So that is interesting, and even the next year does connect, because I measured, if you just go 1 year forward, it's actually 444 months, I think, from Osama bin Laden taking office to 2025. So that's also interesting. 444. But that wouldn't be the same. That would be the 223 day of the year. So it wouldn't align with the 224s, but it's still. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting when you guys were talking. And what's interesting there too is I'm seeing the 1930 weeks. That's the Pluto founding year, right? Or discovery year. What, wasn't it discovered in 1930, Pluto?
Yeah, 1930. That's right.
Yeah, that's how it connects too, because plutonium was used. Plutonium was used for nuclear stuff, right? And nuclear equals 444, and 444 months is 1930 weeks. And don't forget, Pluto was in mythology, Pluto was the brother of Jupiter, so they kind of go hand in hand. So yeah, that's interesting.
Trying to see if there's a connection with the Pluto discovery date and the Kobe Nagano, but didn't really see anything. But no, that is a good point with the connection with Jupiter and Neptune.
Well, it also makes me.
I mean, Pluto. Sorry.
It also makes me think. 94 years from Pluto's discovery is 2/18/2025, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, 24?
Oh, so we already had that.
Oh.
Well, that's interesting, because plutonium is the 94th element. So we're in
Yeah,
the year. Yeah. We're in the year of the plutonium. Pluto being discovered on 2/18, 1930. 94 years later is this year. So we're in that year right now.
Oh dang, that's a good fun, because I mean that lines up so perfectly with the Pluto return this year, and then like all that Pluto stuff we just saw in the past few days.
Yeah, I think I had seen that before. But okay, thanks, Casey. He just dropped out. He said he's got to go. So.
Oh man, okay.
But yeah, I mean, he made a good connection, because that August 11th. Of course, that connects perfectly with your stuff too, with 8/11, man.
Yeah, I've kind of been trying to not take a break from it, but I've been trying. I feel like I've been trying to challenge myself more by not relying on that for all my findings, because I find something that connects to that every time, and I feel like it's, I don't know, it's not relating to people enough, or it's not like, because it's just like I feel like it's so fringe still, like it's like fringe within the fringe of the truthers, you know. I mean, like, no, I don't see anyone else really talking about like wormwood or any of that stuff, but like I know I can trace everything back to it so much. So yeah, I think I'm trying to just, I guess, like see things from a little bit of a different perspective now, but it's like challenging me, like it's like making me code differently than like I have been. And yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying, like, but I mean, well, for me personally, like, I just flow, like, I just let like the spirit of the numbers or God kind of just lead me through it. Like, So if something comes up where it's just undeniable, I just let it lead me. Like I try not to get in the way of whatever's like wherever the numbers are taking me, whatever the like I didn't even expect to be like talking about France or Francis, like last week, and now all of a sudden this is like my main topic. So it's like, it's just kind of like letting it flow. But I understand what you're saying, because a lot of times when you get on a topic that you really are passionate about and you want to code it, and
Yeah.
and you want to find the key pieces to it, right? And I think you're on to it. I mean, and obviously, 7-1 is kind of like the start, and his information is great. And so I think it does play a huge role with what, especially this year. I mean, I think this is what we just found there, the 94 years since Pluto was discovered. So and with this Oppenheimer thing, I know they were telling us something last year about Oppenheimer just coming out, and just makes me wonder, how this is going to connect. But
Yeah. I agree. There's definitely a strategic timing behind the release of Oppenheimer.
yeah, and I need to look more into that. I mean, I did a whole video on it, but I really need to look. It's got to have something to do with Trump, really. It could just be again, I think people are always trying to take things literally, like there's going to be a nuclear war, there's going to be a nuclear bomb set off, but
Yeah.
it could just be a nuclear political event, something that just, shakes the world politically, a
Yeah.
political thing. And I think that's really what we're in. I mean, I think that's where the evidence points to us right now, is that it's a political thing.
Well, have you seen the movie Oppenheimer?
Watched like part of it, but not the whole thing. No, I need to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I think you should, because it's my favorite movie. Like, as soon as I saw it, I know people they said it was too long and everything, but for me personally, as soon as I saw it, I watched the full 3 hours. I rewatched it, and I was rewatching it like because I loved it that much. But you should try to watch it from the lens that like we've been kind of seeing things, like how just like um the conversations we've had in the past few of my lives, like towards the end we were talking about like the really like I guess profound concepts and like themes and stuff with like oneness and like all that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So there's like something really abstract about, like an abstract message about the movie Oppenheimer that's like beyond what just the nuclear part, just like it having to do with like war propaganda or just like anything like that. Like for instance, a lot of it has to do with, let me show you. So like when you look at nuclear like this, what does it look like to you?
Like a mushroom or a flower, or
It's like
that
the
way
tree of
getting
life, the tree
a
of
tree.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tree. Yeah.
it's like totally like the tree of life. And like like the concept of like the fusion and fission bombs, like the two that they were like arguing about. Like, do you remember that?
Yeah. Vaguely. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah.
So I think like that really ties into like something like more spiritual, like that, just that like the understanding of that, because the fission bomb, that is when they split the atom. That was about splitting the atom. So that's when I started like, I was like, oh, I was like, what are the odds of that? Like what are the odds that it was about like splitting the atom to make the bomb, and then like this looks so much like the tree of life, and like the splitting of the atom, like when you think about the deeper meaning behind that, and like that ties into what we were talking about with separation, or like the illusion of separation, and then like the the knowledge of just realizing that there really was no separation, you know. That's like the fission bomb. Like that's like when everything, like that's like the fission bomb is making that the particles collide.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Have you?
Right.
I mean, did you ever know like with like the two, like the I guess the concept of those two different bombs, like and how they related to the nuclear bomb?
Yeah, you're saying one. Yeah, I didn't do a whole lot of research into it, but like you're saying, one of them is where the fission is where they're colliding the atoms versus.
Yeah. Let me. So it's like, so the fission splits a larger atom into two. Okay, so that's like, think about like, it's like the story that they're talking about with Adam and Eve splitting the atom, splitting.
Adam into Eve, yeah. Adam
Yeah.
or Eve came out of Adam, so
Yeah, but so I feel like, and the fission bomb is when you join two to make one. So that's like, it's like going
yeah.
back to, it's like going back to Eden, going back to that golden age, that time when, like, it's like this is representing just this
Split.
separation is representing the time of separation, like the illusion of separation, which we're pretty much all in right now.
And what's the bomb they end up using?
They,
Or
I think they used, well, they're trying to use the, wait, hold on. The splitting of the atom was one they ended up using. So they wanted to split the atom. Well, that was the one they ended up using first, but then they wanted to they were fighting to fuse the atoms, which was going to make an even bigger bomb, but it was going to be like, that's why there's so much controversy about it, because some people were against it. So the fusion bomb, that would it's a bigger bomb than that. So that's, I think the symbolism behind that is like, it's basically showing that, like, when that like if our world does get to that point again in time, when everything goes from separate to,
your mic came out, I think.
like, when, like, if we are able to do that, like, as like a society or whatever, if we're able to go back from all the separation back to, like, colliding back to one, like, just like understanding that we are just all one, and like, if when it gets to that point where everyone's back on that same wave, then it's like it's gonna cause such a huge, it's gonna be like almost like an explosive thing, to the point where it's gonna change everything we know about the world, where it's like it's gonna basically, and it will end the world as we know it. You know what I mean?
Well, I always say that the word nuclear is just the word nuclear. It's a new
Exactly.
beginning.
Exactly. That's like exactly what I'm saying. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's so interesting how like the nuclear bombs, like, they look so much like trees, and I think that's like the really deep meaning behind like this whole thing. Like, how some people say, like, how there's that theory, like, oh, the nuclear bombs don't even exist. That could be the case, but maybe like it really has just been symbolic of this whole thing, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's something so much. Everyone gets so distracted about the actual bomb part, but the symbolism is definitely there. And and when you look at this reality, basically all of God's creation consciousness has encoded these things in our physical world to be examples as of the true reality, because the true reality of God cannot be reflected in this reality, because God's reality is not even it can't even be comprehended by something in the state we're currently in. Again, we're currently in a state of separation and division.
Mhm.
How can we absolutely understand from our points of view, from our limited perspective, how can we understand the infinite? Well, it can't be
Right.
done. But we have, first of all, we are an extension of that. We are that. However, we still live in a limited perspective. So the only way to I guess, to become or be, and like you said earlier, going from the separation to the unity, we are unified already. We just don't see it. So the whole division thing actually never took place. The unity thing, the division thing was like an illusion, and that's actually kind of what again. I think that's what the Hindus talk about, the Maya, um, and don't forget that Oppenheimer is famous for quoting the Hindu scripture.
Oh, right.
So I think there's a reason for that, because the Hindus
Mhm.
believe that if you look up the Hindus, they believe that everything is illusion. Like everything is, there's one actor playing many parts, but that's why I told you there's this symbolism of God being behind everything, being the actor behind everything, playing all the parts and directing all the things. That would be consciousness, basically just being aware of all of its own activity, being an actor, right?
Mhm.
And so that would go back to why Oppenheimer probably quotes the Gita, right? And saying that I have become death. And in that quote, I think he just means that the separation has died in him, right?
Right. Yeah.
You're saying that that in order to create his bomb, he is this when he made the fusion bomb?
This was the fission bomb. So the fusion bomb he was against, I believe. He was against
Okay.
the fusion bomb. So this was the fission bomb, but the thing is, so that's why I get it in my mind, but it's hard to, so the way that connects to like what I'm saying right now is because when they learned how to create this bomb, the first bomb, this was just like because he has a conversation with Albert Einstein, and I don't want to like really give it away too much, but like he says he's worried that they started a chain reaction to the end of the world, which is like when you think about it, like it's either like you can see that on like in the short term where it's like people are gonna learn how to create a bomb so big that it's gonna like it's gonna ignite the atmosphere and it's gonna create an infinite chain reaction. So it's so you can think about it in that sense, or you can think about it in the sense that like we're living in the time of that chain reaction to where as soon as they figured out how to do this stuff, now like people have learned the possibilities of it, and people like pretending that war like pretending that you see war the way that the rest of the world does. People like when people and countries found out about the possibilities like of these bombs, then nothing was ever going to be the same for the rest of humanity, because then they were they were going to learn how to create bombs that would destroy other countries, and then it would continue to just keep going till another country figured out a bomb that was bigger than that. So like basically he was like saying like this was like the starting point of that chain reaction that would eventually lead to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
so like the fission so like that started from the fission bomb, which
Mhm.
when you can think of that also in terms of, well, the quote that he says specifically is we created a chain reaction um that's going to cause the world to destroy itself. So when you think about also like the Bible, and when you think about like when like they split Adam and Eve, that was the chain reaction to that just was its own chain reaction, and everything after that stemmed from that. So even every everything's has stemmed from that. You know what I mean? Like that was the beginning of a chain reaction to what we're in right now and whatever we're going to be experiencing in the future, it all leads back to the splitting of the Adam and Eve. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So this kind of reminds me of the three. What was it? I can't remember what it was now, but the 3 stages of understanding, right? So this is something I heard also from a guy named Rupert Spira about consciousness and how when we're born, the world teaches us that everything is separate, that I am a separate entity from you, right? So this is the fission bomb, I guess what I'm saying. This is the original split. This is when the illusion appears.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's this stage. This is the stages that we go through. And the earliest stage is the being raised in a world that tells you that basically teaches you to not treat your neighbor as yourself, to see everything as separate self. It's a separate self reality. It's basically saying that I'm a set apart from everything else, and that somehow I'm separate from everything, and that everything out that I see outside of me is also separate. And I have to fight against that because it's a dog eat dog world. It's fake. It's basically animalistic. But what's funny is that even as a child, a child doesn't have that thought, but we're raised in that world because that's how the illusion has started, that separation, right?
Yeah.
But the next step is when we look at the world and, well, after we see the separateness, if we go on this path towards God, we see that we see the thing outside of us, right? And we try to we see that we're one with it now, right? So this is kind of like the new age stuff that a lot of people are. I mean, this is like, if you go to like the new age things, you'll see a lot of meditation, like I am one with everything. That's basically looking at the outside world and saying, oh, I'm one with it, which is this is like halfway process, because now you've come from saying, okay, I'm a separate self. So now you're saying, okay, now this self is one with everything.
Right.
But you still haven't given up the idea of the self. You understand what I mean?
Right.
You still think that the self that you are is one with everything, but you still haven't given up the idea that there is no self, there is no you.
Right.
Because consciousness itself is God is the only entity, the infinite, right? So this oneness thing is like kind of the halfway point to that. And I think this is why in a way, Oppenheimer not wanting to go all the way towards that fusion is kind of like the ego saying, I want to keep my separateness and stay in this middle point, right? Because what I've noticed a lot about people who stay in this middle point of being one with stuff, they can suffer even more than the person that's thinking they're separate, even though people that see themselves as a separate self suffer a lot, right? They basically think themselves to be their own God, right? That's essentially what it is. Separate from everything, separate from God, right? But then once you get to this middle point, if you get stuck there, it can be very, very suffering. I mean, because you start to realize that you're still walking around trying to make yourself one with all the objects outside of you, but you still haven't gone within yourself and saw the consciousness of, you haven't saw God right there. You have to turn your view around from the outside and do a self-inquiry, right? Look at yourself only, right? And that's when in this process, that's what they describe as being the inward facing path, or basically saying, okay, I'm going to look in and I'm going to observe my own mind. Where does all the things that my own mind, my own reality, where do I get all of that from? Where does that really come from? And that's where you'll see that your own mind is just made of pure awareness, right? And so then once you do that, you've come to that third step, saying, there is no, that awareness with which I know the world is, the whole world is made out of that, right? Because awareness that you have of everything outside of you, all the objects, all the people, all the thoughts, all the ideas, they're all objects. And you're aware of all of them. And that's all made out of the very thing that you're only awareness. Okay, so can awareness be anything other than aware, right? It can't be anything other than aware.
Right.
So the things that you're aware of must also be made of awareness. Therefore, the
Right.
substance, the essence of everything is God or awareness, whatever you want to call Jesus. Now, that's why the Bible says the world was made for him, through him, by him.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the substance is all him.
Exactly.
The thing that you're seeing the world with, the awareness that you see the world, the object that you're seeing right now, the computer that you're looking at, that's made of the same thing that you're seeing it with. It's made of that same substance. It's all the same substance.
And I feel like, or I was gonna say, like, I feel like that is why, or that is like the story of the Garden of Eden, you know, and that's why it says that Jesus was there from the beginning. Like, he was always there.
It always says that, right? It says that he was there in the beginning.
Yeah.
And of course he was, because there was nothing else to be there besides him. Because if he is the substance of all things and everything was made through him, by him, and for him, then what else could be there? Even the illusions is made through him. Satan is made through him. That means, but Satan doesn't exist. Satan is merely an illusion that needs to be destroyed, that needs to be killed. Again, this is like it's not what exists, it's how you see it. So basically, that illusion needs to be. Illusion doesn't mean something that's not real. It means something that's not seen correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
See, people confuse the word illusion with something that's not real. No, illusion is you're not seeing it. You're seeing it incorrectly, right? You still haven't seen it clearly. That's why I think the most famous Christian song is "I was blind, but now I see." Right? I was blind. I saw only illusion and darkness, but now I see the light.
Yeah.
And the light is the, you know.
And something that I've really resonated with, like, I heard that somebody, I guess he's kind of my friend on Instagram, but I mean, we don't really talk like as close as you and I do, but he's said some things that, like, yeah, I agree with a lot. And it's like, when you think about for your own personal self, like when you think about Satan, it's like you're either gonna blame him for all the bad things about your life, or you're gonna think about all those same things that he may have caused, but you have every power, every ability to be thankful for all those things as what got you to where you are today and how it strengthened you. And like, just imagine if every single person just stopped blaming Satan for things and thought about things like in that sense, where they were just like, so it's like you're not thanking Satan like, oh, thank you, Satan. It's just like you're thankful for the challenges and the obstacles you've been given with that. I don't know, just made you as strong as you are today. So I don't know if that means much.
Again, that's just like Satan is just an arising of the ego. That's essentially what it is. That's why Satan says, "I'm above," putting himself separate from God, outside of God, thinking that he is, but not knowing that he's not. He just it's the definition of being a psychopath or insanity, thinking that you're separate from it when you're not. And imagine the suffering that creates, right?
Yeah. And I was like, I guess I brought all that stuff up because you're like, it's not that you're saying like, oh, like Satan's not real, but it's like you're like, I guess how you said, like, you're seeing it differently. So like that's like you are able to see things differently just based on, like, instead of seeing Satan in that way where you're just like blaming him for like how bad your world is or the world is, and then you just realize like, oh, like we needed those things in order to become better and stronger, I guess, or to learn.
Well,
So it's like
Satan just means adversary, so somebody
right,
that's set against.
right,
So it goes perfectly. Just the word Satan even means what I'm talking about. Satan
yeah,
means adversary, so it means against the true reality, right?
right,
So it's the illusion itself. That's Satan. The way of seeing itself, that is Satan. That and as soon as that can be destroyed, all you got to do is let it go. And that's what people mean when they say that Jesus will defeat Satan, is because that's easy for Jesus to do, because Jesus is pure light. He can easily. We're just talking about the metaphor of Jesus and Satan here, but this is just metaphorical for the idea of illusion. Awareness can easily destroy the illusion of separateness or of the adversary, Satan.
right,
So, and that just leads you to that. And once you understand this, that's when you take that inner inquiry out into the world, and that light shines. And then the world's no longer separate. And you're not seeing it as I'm one with the world, I'm one with objects, because objects don't exist. It's
right,
only the substance, and therefore you see it differently. You feel it differently. You don't just have it in your head. I need to treat my brother as myself. You truly see everything as yourself. Like, you feel it. You don't just see it. You feel it,
mm-hmm.
because it's become part of your understanding now fully. And I think there's like this, and for me, that's the process I've went through. That's why I can describe it, because like that's the process that I've went through. And
Do you feel like you're able to fully like encompass that like understanding like 24/7, or like do you like, because I don't know, maybe I don't know if I've done the work to do that, but like I feel like I totally understand these concepts, and I understand like where everything you say too, which I feel like you need to have a very high understanding to understand it. But sometimes I feel like it's hard for me to apply it. Like I still don't like, even when I go out in public, like I still like feel like it's still hard for me to like socialize with people with like, and
well,
I feel like
yeah.
I feel like I shouldn't, like with that kind of understanding, like it shouldn't be a problem, because I'm just like, I'm just pretty much, I'm not talking to someone else, I'm talking just to my, like we're not different, but something deep down just like makes it
Well,
hard for me still to do that, to like
what I think is the issue is that the reality, it's again the whole illusion itself, the whole reality itself. Again, you only have, and to answer your question, no, I haven't mastered it, because I think death is the only mastery of it. Once you die, you fully encompass that. Like that's essentially and a lot of the people, the masters of some of all religions and all types of paths, have always said that silence is also a very key to this. I mean, that's why I think a lot of monks, and like, they're very quiet all the time. People that have certain understandings, they don't need to even really talk a lot. And the world we live in, still in kind of like a secular world, where we're in a world of communication, we're in a society. You're still living amongst a society that's still very much behind your understanding. So when you go out into this, you don't have any need, you don't have any like desire to even talk to a lot of these people, maybe because you understand that basically you're not trying to force this onto the reality anymore. You're just letting it come to you at this point. So if somebody comes into, for instance, we've come together organically, me and you. So, like these things, you don't have to force it anymore. So don't put any pressure on yourself. If they're just basically be in the present and understand that you are aware, that you are that awareness with which you know yourself, and everything else too. So the conversations you have or whatever comes, just try to be present with that, and try to, and that's still, again, I'm only 34. I mean, I think by the time a lot of these guys get into their older, like 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, maybe they have a much more, even more understanding of it, and they can handle it better. But still being young myself, having this idea in your head, you kind of just got to, again, keep practicing that and just keep reminding yourself, I'm aware, I'm aware. Just keep saying that. I'm aware. I mean, that's as simple as it is. I am. I think that's why the Bible also gives us the simple answer, I am. Just keep saying I am. And keep knowing that to be your true essence. And we're not talking about Sean here. We're talking about the substance, which is God's substance, right? I am. And that's all that needs to be known. And I think even the Temple of Apollo says, know thyself, right? Which is, again, just another play on, it simply, I think, means the same thing. Know thyself. Know that you are. Or Rupert Spira just says, be aware of being aware. So just be aware that you are aware of yourself. You know what I mean? Because only awareness can be aware.
That's why, like, it. Another thing I've noticed, which creates like these contradictory views, but what I've noticed is like it's kind of I believe that it's like meant to seem like they're contradictory views, but they actually are the same. So like when it comes to like Christianity, it's all about dying to yourself. But then there's the other ones, like more on the, I guess, New Age side, where it's know thyself. But it's like it's basically it's saying the same thing, where it's like you find yourself by dying to yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's like, just the dying. That's just the dying of the illusion, like the dying of the person that you think you are.
Exactly, and it's like that's why I feel like most of the, I guess most people who like the mainstream population of the Christian church, or like most of like, I guess the new age people, like they're thinking that they're talking about different things. Like that's why Christians are like so against like new age stuff, because they're like, oh, it's all about yourself and it's all about self and knowing yourself, but you're supposed to die to yourself. But then it's like, I just started realizing they're basically misinterpreting what that actually means. But then the new age people actually are thinking that's what that means. Like, oh, like it's about me. It's all about me. And like all like, so it's like both sides are not, like the mainstream populations of both sides are not seeing it like how they're supposed to, But I think like when you, like, I believe the middle ground is what you're talking about, what we're talking about right now. It's like you find the truth by when you die to yourself. Like I almost feel like the self, in terms of when it says die to yourself, that self is the fake self, like the that's the self that you think you are, or like the illusion of your identity, but you have to die to that in order to get to like the truth of who you are.
Yeah, and again, that's why the Bible is a good way to understand consciousness in God, as in Jesus, right? We're talking about Jesus, because when you surrender yourself, you're surrendering your separate self, the person that doesn't even exist,
right
the thing that never stood out.
Yeah, exactly. The thing that never really did exist.
It never ever did. It never stood out from reality. It never stood out from God's ultimate reality, because it can't. How can you go outside of God's ultimate reality? I mean, just think about it. If you really just think about the simple things, how could you go outside of God's ultimate reality, which is consciousness? How could you go outside of awareness and there be anything there?
You can't.
Because what's there? What's there besides awareness? Because consciousness is all there is. If I go outside of consciousness, then what do I know? Nothing, right? Because consciousness is the only thing that knows anything. It's the substance with which we know things. So that must be the substance with which everything is made, and with which everything is within and without of. It's the only thing that's there. So try to go outside of that. And has anyone ever experienced that? No, no one's ever gone outside of awareness and said, Oh, and gone outside of awareness and said what did you experience outside of awareness? How were you aware of that thing if you went outside of awareness, and how were you aware of that thing if you didn't have awareness?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that, because you couldn't be aware of whatever that was, you couldn't come back into the awareness world and tell us what that was because you weren't aware there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the
Yeah.
same thing with Jesus. You can't go outside of Jesus. That's what Jesus is. You can't, because what's outside of Jesus? Nothing, because he is the Bible says he is the thing which through everything and by everything and for everything is made. So
Yeah.
there's nothing there besides him. And in the book of Job, gives us an example of that by saying, by showing that Satan comes to God in that book and says, "Let me go tempt your servant Job, and see if he's worthy." Right.
Yeah.
But again, this is just an analogy of saying that Satan itself is just a part of the tool. It's just another mechanism. It's another program in the system that's just running. You could also look like it a computer too. It's just
Yeah.
another program in the system that's running, that keeps the play going, that keeps the drama. Because really, that's what it's really, kind of about, is the drama. Because awareness's nature is to be aware, right? What's the nature of awareness? It's to be aware. So there has to be something always to be aware of. Otherwise, there is nothing.
Right.
So these things keep cycling through, and reality there's always going to be something to be aware of, no matter what reality, no matter what reality even if our reality that we're experiencing now is completely different and we all look like lizards, like human beings didn't even look like humans. We all look like some sort of creepy lizard, something that we've never even known before. Just think about a whole different reality where beings were just like completely different. They didn't have ears or eyes or nothing. They were just like some sort of weird shaped things that,
Mhm.
just think about that. No matter what we could be aware of, it all requires awareness first. There's nothing else, no matter what you could dream up, you know?
Right.
So,
And I feel like they're like, that's why I think about the Garden of Eden, and like that's like that was like prior to taking the bite of the tree of good and evil, because then that's when um I think what that was like, that chain reaction of just everything just being yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think like that point that you're talking about where that start of awareness was before that, which I think that's what it's talking about,
well, yeah, I think the way I look at that is I even see the very first chapter of the Bible being the same story. The story in the Bible keeps repeating. Literally every story in the Bible is a repeat of the one before it. It's just a different way of explaining it. So in the first chapter, you have God still, right? Over the waters, right? And that's basically pure awareness, which is basically just ready for something to be aware of, right? Because awareness is just ready for something to be aware of. That's its nature.
Right.
And so what happens after that? That pure awareness, which is God in the beginning was God. In the beginning was Jesus. In the beginning was awareness, or knowing, because you can use the word knowing too. Because to know something is to be aware of it, to know it, right?
Yeah. And
So
that's why I think the movie Oppenheimer is like so much deeper than just like that war movie propaganda that people see it as or whatever. Like, this was another scene that let me show you. I shared this on my Instagram, but so this was in this part of the movie. Oppenheimer's getting recruited by the military or by the government to do the Manhattan Project, and so this is when he first gets approached to do that. And so then this is when he proposes. Like, are you familiar with like how the Manhattan Project was organized? Like how there was 4 different laboratories, and then the center was the Los Alamos. That was like the main headquarters.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'll just let it play. I don't know if there's no. You can't hear anything, can you? You can't hear anything, can you?
No, can't hear it.
It's fine. We don't need the volume. But anyways, look. So this reminds me of the 4 lands. Like, you know, like how that would be like. So this is. Dang it. I'll do it again. So it's like, you know how this is like a representation of like the tree of life. Like, I mean, this is from the flat Earth map, and you know how flat earthers use that to symbolize like the tree of life, and this was like the 4 rivers, and the four rivers created the 4 lands.
Right.
So when he shows his idea of how he's going to like create the Manhattan Project, it's like 4 compartmentalized laboratories, and these are like the 4 compartmentalized laboratories, and they all meet at a central place, which is Los Alamos, and they're all connected by railways. So the funny thing about that is that Los Alamos translates to poplars, which that is a tree. So I feel that's why I feel like there's like this whole thing is just symbolic of the story here.
Yeah, exactly. Even this this bottom drawing. Okay, so basically the center point again is Jesus. On the cross. Again, I told you that anytime you see the 4 points and then the center is Jesus being put on the cross, or the understanding, basically awareness. That's the center.
Yeah.
Why is it? Because the center is water, right, or a tree, right?
Yeah. Oh, this one right here.
Yeah,
so that's supposed to symbolize like the the tree being cut down, because you know that story about like the tree being cut down. So that's like that's what it is. It's like the tree being cut down, but that's also, I believe, symbolic of like the like going from the state of awareness to the world of like division and illusion, separation, whatever. Because then it's like like when everything goes back to the tree of life, then the tree like it like becomes whole again. You know what I mean? So I think that's also like symbolic of that. But that is supposed to be the tree. So what you're saying, yeah, like what you're saying,
it's cut down, and that's why there's just water there. It looks like.
Yeah, but then also it's like it also has the symbol of the cross, like what you're saying. It's like it's
and that's why you're gonna always see this, the tetragrammaton again. It's the 4 point. You're gonna always see that, and I think I've really like nailed that down recently with the way, and I don't think a lot of people always think that. Anytime I see now 4 points or a cross, I think of the I am that I am, the tetragrammaton, and basically the center point being the 5th, which is where we go to the 5. And this is where, this is what symbolically represents what we're already talking about over and over again, is the conscious awareness itself, basically being the I am.
Oh, so is that what gave you the idea of what made you start thinking about the significance of the 15? Because it's like going from 1 to 5.
Yeah.
And I think like your hunch about that has been totally confirmed by like as like what things have been happening recently. It's especially because you talked about it like before, and then we started seeing it like manifest. So your like those ideas that you had about the 5, or just from 1 to 5, just on point, like completely on point.
Well, yeah, and you can thank yourself for that too, for saying that Jesus, you mentioned in one of the streams that Jesus would be on the cross in the center, and then I just said, we basically, I was like, okay, well, that's the 5th, And then I thought about how Jesus Christ equals 151 in just the base gematria cipher, right? 151. And then Casey even mentioned, after you mentioned, he said the pentagrammaton, right? And then I was like, the 5. And then I was like, okay, well, this makes sense now. And then just right after that, the WWE started releasing their teasers for Bray Wyatt, and it was all about the 5s. And like they made their whole URL code with, the website link was all 5s. And so then I was like, okay, well, again, 15 is 1 5, and also 15 is the 5th triangular. So it leads you back to the 5. Either way you look at it, the 1 times 5 is 5, or 1 through 5 equals 15. So you have this 15 number coming up. And then, like everything that's been happening since then, it's all been about the 15, which I thought was crazy, because now everything like started happening with the 5, and now we're in the 5th month. And then I discovered this about my own life that blew my mind. I realized that everyone around me in my life, or at least the main people in my life that means something to, like, my closest people in my life, have all this connections to 5. And I was like, okay, well, my girlfriend's born on 10/25, which if you drop the 0 is 125, which is 5 times 5.
Oh,
And she
wait. If you drop,
5 times.
wait for the wait. So it would be, if you drop the 0, she's born on 10/25.
Yeah, October 25th. Yeah.
So if you drop the 0, you'd have 125, right?
Yep.
Isn't that 5 times 5 times 5? Or
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. 5 times 5 times 5.
Yeah.
So 555, right?
Yeah.
But what's even crazier about her? Well, first of all, her name is freaking Mary, like Mary.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm destined to be doing the research I'm doing right now. That's what I'm telling you. Is everything is destined, and it ties back to my own life all the time. I think the reason I discovered this whole May thing the other day, and I was so excited about it, is because this is like, she is my life now. This Mary, this girl I've met, and we're in the 5th month. Well, so get this. So she's born October 25th, 1995.
Mhm.
And her date numerology, her life path number is 5. So she's born, all of her numbers add up to 32, which is 3 plus 2 is 5.
Oh, my.
And even both her date numerologies add up to 5. Her main ones, like the 2 ones we normally use on date numerologies, they're both 5s. They add up to 5. And she's born in 1995. And her name equals 125 in gematria, even, like, which is the 555 again. And so she even has more, I think. I can't remember right now, but on to my mom, who's the other biggest, like, my other biggest person in my life. I don't have a lot of people in my life anymore, but it's her, my mom. My mom is born on the 55th day of the year, 2/24. She's born on the 55th day of the year. And my brother, who I had because I have my parents split, so I have brothers and sisters from my dad and from my mom. So the only brother I have from my mom, he's born on 5/5. In fact, he's born on 5/5/1995, the same year my girlfriend's born. And
Wow.
so he's born 5/5. My girlfriend's born on 10/25, which is 5/5/5. And you can even look at it like this, Sean. My girlfriend's born on 10/25, which is 10 is 5 plus 5 is 10, and 25 is 5 times 5 is 25. So even
wow,
her
right.
days is all about 5s.
You're right.
And my brother's born 5/5/1995, and he basically, he's born on the 125th day of the year.
Wow. That is
so
insane.
Yeah, everyone, the main people in my life, and again, this was what was interesting about this is because the Bray Wyatt thing that was just releasing when I discovered all this 5 stuff was about Bray Wyatt's brother, and now I'm discovering all this stuff connected to my brother. So it's like telling me that the world I'm seeing is my brother essentially. The whole world is my brother. Like the reality that you see is love your brother as yourself. This is like basically like the twins coming back to
Oh
being
wow.
one.
Oh
So
wow.
like so it's yeah, and the 5 just seems to be the representation of that right now. You know, like the there's a reason why Bray Wyatt's brother's coming back with all the 5s because he's going to come back with 5 different people, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, and I just thought that was crazy with my brother, my girlfriend, and my mom all having, and even my dad's born on the 5th of the month. My real dad is born on the 5th of the month.
Oh wow.
And in fact, my real dad is born July 5th. And what's really interesting about July 5th is on the real calendar, July is the 5th month.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow.
Because actually March is the third is the first month.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're looking at the actual numbers, like because March is 1st, April 2nd, May is 3rd, April's 4th, or June is 4th, July's 5th. And the way you can know this is because once you get to July, it's the 5th month, but then you go to August, that's the 8th month.
Right. Yeah.
And then September is the 7th month because sept means 7, and October is the 8th month, right? So that's how you know like the months. But again, my dad you could say that my dad was even born on 5/5 if you do it that way.
Yeah. And
So,
did you ever get a chance to see Zenith's video about the Pentagon and like how the 5th prime number is 11, 11th prime number is 31, and then like the 31st prime number is 127, and how that connects to like 9/11 because like 9/11 the towers 1, 2, and 7 fell, and 12/7 was the date of Pearl Harbor, and like how that stems from 11, like the towers were the 11, and so 5 played a big role in all that too. Like
yeah, because 11 is the 5th the 5th triangular, right? Or the 5th
or
prime.
11's the 5th prime number.
Yeah, so 11's the 5th prime, so it breaks down to 5. Basically, the lowest you can go by breaking. So I always think of it this way: whatever you have to stop from, or whatever you have to stop on. So 11 breaks down to 5, and 5 doesn't break down to anything, right? There's no primes, no.
Well, it's the 3rd prime.
Oh, it is okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, that makes sense too because 3.
Mhm.
That also makes sense why they changed the months on the calendars too because March is the 3rd month, but May is actually the 3rd month. May is actually the 3rd month. So May is the 3rd month and the 5th month, which would break down to the 5, and that would break down to the 3. And we know how important the 3 is.
Yeah, the Trinity.
Right.
Mhm.
So anyway, the 5, you could say that even the really important number that even Zach always talks about, the 47, it breaks down to 5 too, because 47 breaks down to 15 prime, which breaks down to 5th triangular.
Mhm.
And I think that's why the Pentagon is called the Pentagon, and
Mhm.
how the stars on the flag are 5-pointed stars. I mean, come on, like Sirius is connected to the 5-pointed star, and
I mean, we have 5 fingers. I mean, there's got to be something to that. I know that sounds kind of cheesy to say, but I'm sure there's something to that too, you know.
I mean, there absolutely is, because the number 5 is like the most spectacular number too, in a way, if you look at it, because 5 is the only number where you can. It breaks up so evenly, right? 5 plus 5 is 10, and 5 is 15. Because 5 is so even. You know what I mean by that? I don't know how to explain it, but 5, it breaks down perfectly because 2 5s makes a completion, right? So a 10. So you can always. It's the only number that you can like break down with. I don't know how to explain. I'm too tired right now to be able to explain it right. But
No, yeah,
but
no,
like,
yeah. I was gonna say we could end soon. I'm pretty sure it's probably late for you.
yeah, it's getting a bit late. So
Yeah. I was gonna say one thing. Maybe we can think about on our own for now, and then maybe look into individually, maybe share once we find stuff, but we should check like Thomas Jefferson is on the $5 bill, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, maybe we should look into like stuff like Thomas Jefferson stuff. Like I've never really seen many decodes with him, but I wonder if there's any symbolism like with that and with him and like connecting to anything going on today. Like I think he wasn't he the president during the War of 1812?
I'm not
Or
sure.
John Adams?
Maybe. But what I can say about him is he died on July 4th.
Right.
And he was the third president, which is interesting because he's on the $5 bill and he's the third president.
Yeah, there we
There
go.
you go.
There's
There you go again. You have the 5 and the 3 connection, which
oh,
is, I
and
think.
then, and what's weird is that JFK was the 35th president and he got assassinated. So that might be something with that.
Yeah, and the 3 and 5 is just Catholic, man. That's a big Catholic number.
Might be something there.
I mean, that's how I always look at it. Whenever I see a 3 and a 5 come together, I always think Catholic because that's like their number, man. Like,
yeah,
or that's like the basic just Catholic in just basic reduction gematria equals 35. So
yeah.
And so yeah, this, and again, Thomas Jefferson. I haven't looked a lot into him before, to be honest, but
that's what I was thinking. I felt like that'd be interesting. Like that might be like another that might lead to like a whole nother rabbit hole.
Yeah. I mean, tomorrow I'm going to put together the presentation, hopefully, of all this stuff with the 135. Well, there you go again. You got the 3-5 there.
Yeah, I was gonna show you something interesting just real quick. Because I was like, well, it's interesting how we're like when you think about the number 35, so it'd be like 6 times 5. But then if you divide the 6 into 2, and then you put 3 on like a 3 on each side, so you get 353, and then it's set the 71st prime. But that 71 is really interesting because that leads back to the 4-7, all that the 4-7 stuff we were talking about because let me see. So the 7, because the 7th prime is 17, right? So the 7th prime is 17.
Yep.
And then the 17th prime is 59. So when you add, wait a minute. When you add, I'm trying to remember what it was, 17 plus 59. Oh, okay, I remember now. So when you add 17 plus 59 plus the 59th prime, 277, that equals 353.
Okay, yeah.
So it's interesting because you can get back to that 7-1, you get back to the 7-1 by starting at the 17, which is the 7th prime, which is the 4th prime, and
right.
47 is the 15th prime.
Yeah. I remember you. I remember you telling me that now, but I see it now. Like you basically just go back around. That's interesting.
Yeah. So those numbers really are. We could maybe. Yeah. I remember we were saying that we wanted to talk more about the 17s and the 4 and 7 and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So remind me next time because what's up?
I had a whole presentation done on the Tetragrammaton, which tied to the 17 and the 40s, or tied to the 17, and I didn't even like release it yet. I didn't do a presentation on it. I don't know if I'm going to get to it or not. Now I'm on this other stuff, and I kind of want to get it out. So it's like, but yeah,
I have so much stuff. I'm so backed up. It's like it's so hard. Like I already told you. Like I had no idea I was gonna have any. I had no idea that I was gonna be talking about that Kobe thing, the Kobe Nagano thing. I still need to get my Ryan Garcia video out. Like I'm trying really hard, and it's just hard.
Yeah, I know. But like I said, we just got to let it flow. I'm sure the thing about it is when you're the day you're supposed to put it out, that's when you'll put it out. That's you're destined to do. You know, like we think that we're in control. Like that's another thing. We think that we're in control of this right now, but no, we're just following the path, man. So
yeah, but I was telling Casey though, like it gets hard for me when I have a lot of stuff like that I've like there's when I get like I guess delayed like that, and I have a lot of things, and then it's just like it's hard for me to ignore it. It's hard for me to like put something together that I feel like is really important, and then just be able to accept that I have to move on and I'm not gonna have time to, because like
yeah,
I don't know, it's just hard for me to just mentally. It's hard for me to just not think about it, and it like takes a toll on me, and it starts. It brings me down. So I don't know. It's hard for me to just
even that is your destiny to have. I mean, that's probably the universe. I mean, God, that's probably just that whole thing. Just that's what you're on your. That's probably because again, everything is meant to be that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because so that I guess that'll lead to. It'll lead to. I don't know, whatever next really big thing I'm able to find, or like the next best presentation I'm gonna have, it'll be because of all that stuff that was. It felt like it was frustrating at the time, but it was just leading to whatever was. Next.
Yeah, because the reason you probably didn't put this stuff out yet is because it's waiting for the perfect day to have other things align with it, man. Like that's how it works, man. I've seen that happen in my own stuff so many times.
Yeah.
And that's why I just don't stress. I'm not saying not to stress about it, because maybe it's also just part of this is just part of your character to stress about it. Even like that's part of your character, and maybe just knowing that will help you. Even if you're feeling stressed, maybe you won't actually be stressed about being stressed. You know what I mean? Like you'll just be stressed and you'll just be like, okay, I'll just be stressed and just let it flow. And like that's how I treat it. Like if I'm feeling a certain emotion or feeling stress, I just like say, okay, I'm feeling that. I'm aware of it. And
Yeah.
I guess I'm always feeling stressed at this point in my life because I'm always moving around. But somehow like the stress is kind of really only in your body, it's kind of just, it's an illusionary thing really, but it's kind of like this, you feel it because you're aware of it, right? Again, it seems so real, but it's kind of just the mechanism that's pushing you forward. It's really all it is. And
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Did you ever listen to Joe Dispenza as well?
Joe Dispenza?
Yeah.
Sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've.
Okay. He's a little bit more mainstream, I guess, in terms of he's kind of, but I just brought it up just because like that's kind of like some stuff that he would talk about too, and I don't know. I was just wondering because he had a pretty big impact on me, like waking up, like just like some of the concepts he would talk about, like about just the stuff we're talking about. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone through so many things over the years since I had that ordeal with I mean, again, most of my life was Christian churches, but I mean, I did so much stuff, man. I don't have time to even explain it all here, but I've gone through so much stuff, and then it wasn't until like 2 years ago I had my own exploration. Like I told you, it was really just, and there was teachers that helped me get to it, but it also was just my own experience. And this is what I think people lack, is they don't go to their own personal experience and examine it. Like go to your own experience. You can't learn this from somebody else. You have to go to your experience and kind of just let it's not even a conceptual thing. It's not your mind that needs to understand it. It's literally your essence needs to feel it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like at some point it's just like your own journey, right? But there's always people or things on the outside that are kind of helping that to blossom, right? It's like a flower, man. That's why flowers are symbols of beauty and consciousness and awareness. Flowers bloom, right? They're beautiful, and like there's this blossoming moment, right? And that's kind of what you're talking about. It's not like this enlightened feeling, like it's not this, like a lot of people think that these gurus in these world, like the people that are like have seemed to find enlightenment, that they have something special that everyone else doesn't know. It's just that no one has consciousness, and God itself is not it's not less accessible to me as it is to you or as to anybody else. It's just that some people are fully allowing themselves to feel it and others have, don't. So
Yeah,
it's accessible to everyone because everyone is, again, everyone's made out of that substance. It's just, do they see it or not?
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you mean.
So yeah, I mean, that's just my advice: is don't listen. Try to feel it for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll stop keeping you up. Thanks again for another. I think it's cool how like we just always end up talking about this kind of stuff, but
Well, that's what all this comes back to, and
yeah,
that's what I try to point people. And I don't even do it always on my channel because I know a lot of people aren't even ready for it. But it's like, and I know you are, Sean, so it's different with you, but there's a lot of people that still aren't. So it's kind of, you have to make concessions. You have to make concessions. You have to meet people where they're at. And this is basically the only way that you're ever going to help people along. So not saying that I'm farther ahead, because I'm nowhere, I'm the same thing, but when you have a certain understanding, or when you have a piece that others are looking for, that you feel, and you know that they also have that, they just need to like feel it, it's as simple as that. There's just the mind's getting in the way, really, is what it is. The mind is getting in the way. So it's like it's kind of just trying to figure out a way to get people to not not let their mind get in the way. And I still haven't figured that out yet, especially in this day and age, because most people are already feeling so stressed about everything. And ultimately in my work, I always try to, like I did in my video yesterday, I always tried to make it come back to something beautiful, something more unified, with my decode yesterday. So even though I did mention the Jesuits and try to, and a lot of times it seems like I paint these evil people. No, it's really just me trying to show everyone that everything's connected. And if people really understand why that is, see, I understand why that is. I understand why we always finding connections, because I know it's all.
Yeah. I tell you, like when I would kind of vent to you about it sometimes, or like kind of like tell you about my own insecurities with like my I guess the way I decode, and you would just like remind me like, well, like everything is connected, like it just is, like, so that's why you're gonna keep finding connections, because I was getting kind of insecure that like my methods were just like, since I would have to do so many steps to find a connection, it was almost like invalidating it. But I know what you mean, like that doesn't invalidate it, because if it's connected in that way, like that just
it can't
means
not
it's
be
connected.
connected.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But the thing is, because we see the world the way we do right now, with a limited perspective, where we have all these different things that seem different, all these different things that seem different but are really just the same. But what that creates is like a loop where there's these certain patterns, right? It's just patterns. It's like a pattern in a beautiful flower. It's like you have to just follow it through, right? So
Yeah.
it's a beautiful pattern, and what you're doing is simply following these patterns of numbers, and that's just, it's you're doing art. This is what we do, is art.
Yeah.
it's no different than, for me, being a musician and knowing what it feels like to write a song and follow a chord progression and follow notes into a song. Because I've done that, and a lot of people in my audience and a lot of people that watch us are not musicians. They don't know, maybe they're not even artists. And a lot of people don't have artistic things in their life. But when you're an artist, you understand that what I do with my guitar is the same thing I do with my gematria. It's literally the same thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's no different.
Yeah, it's funny because
So-
I don't know an instrument, but actually like I understand music because I make it like electronic music or whatever.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like I've experienced like, well, I go through times where like it's hard for me to have the motivation to, I don't know, make a song, just because I don't know where to start. But like once I just start with like one thing, like just like like one note, like one note, then you find then you can just choose another note that sounds good after that. But then the third note has to sound good with all three of those, and then the fourth note has to match that, and now you have a little progression, and then you just build
Right.
from there, and everything is like building from one place, you know.
The
So
root note.
like yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
and
kind of like the same
that
like
goes. That's the same symbolism we've been talking about for the last hour. I mean,
Yeah.
that's consciousness, the root note,
yeah,
and everything else is made out of that root note. The
right,
whole song is made from the root note, right? Otherwise, there's no song.
right,
So again, every analogy, every symbol we get in this physical world that we see, that we are aware of, is just a symbol of that one idea. It's just one idea, really, that can be explained in a million different ways, essentially.
yeah.
And that's the beauty of it.
It's
That's
true.
the art. That's
Yeah.
the art of it.
Yeah. I think the thing that makes it tricky is that people, like if you were to, you know, try to talk to this about I don't know, like if I were to, like a really religious person or something, like very Christian or something, then they'd be like, well, then like if nothing, if then what would make like hurting a child or something, like what at what point would that make that a bad thing, you know? Because it's like first it's like you're basically just like it's just starting from like, you know what I mean? Like they would like, it's like what at what like where's the center of like the source of that which makes that a bad thing?
I mean, that's just simply, like I said, that's lack of awareness. That's the most, essentially, that's the most dark. That's somebody who's completely blinded to basically the most separate people who see themselves the most separate in this world are the ones that do those things.
Right. Right.
And we are here, hopefully, as a collective to show them, not to do that. I mean, again, this is like this is not a passive way. We have to stand up for the truth, which is also why I do what I do, because there are evil people out there doing things to hurt others because they are literally living in darkness, right? And
How do you feel about that in terms of like their relationship like to us or like to yourself? Like because then it's like, you know what I mean? Like in terms of like kind of what we're talking about, because that's like some things that I think about when it's like, you know, I think about like the concept of oneness, like what we're talking about and how we just are we're from the same source and we're from, you know, and then if there's somebody who's doing something wrong and I I feel like technically at the source of it I am I'm you it's not wrong to say that you're doing that wrong thing that they're doing even though you're not doing it, but it's like you're kind of you're not responsible for it, like you're not making it happen, but it's like that what that is the bad thing that's happening there is coming from the same source as where you are at right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, technically it's coming from the lack of the source from where you're at. If you understand consciousness and awareness and God and Jesus, you understand your light essentially. So that the Bible really is a good example of it, because you have this lack of light, and this person, or if you want to call them a person, it seems to be making this decision based off of their own accord. But don't forget that they are that same substance that you are, but
Mm-hmm.
they're not fully. There is an illusion there. Again, there is this vision that's blocking that out. So there's this kind of like, again, it's an anomaly. It's paradoxical, because our limited perspective, because the way we are limited in our what we are able to be aware of, right? So we're all limited.
Right. Yeah. I know
So
what you mean.
this person is also one of those people who unfortunately does not see, right? They're
Right.
blind still.
Right.
But it only takes a light to knock again, because once you turn a light on, I always use this analogy. Once you turn a light on, the darkness is revealed to be essentially an illusion. It was never really there, because the light completely destroyed it. Even just a bit of light can allow a room to be able to be seen, right? The darkness is gone, right?
Yeah, that is
So
true.
like, that's what I mean, is there's this like, and again, I can't even fully explain it, because again, I'm limited by what I can say, but this is always a question, like, what about the evil in the world, and
Mhm.
but ultimately, somebody who understands the concepts, not just in their head but in their heart, or in their own experience, would ultimately speak out against. And that's part of the game of consciousness too. That's the drama that keeps things going too, the good and the bad. So this thing is kind of a necessary thing, and there's never going to be a point where there's not that. Otherwise, that's just not how it works. That's not how the awareness works somehow. I mean, again, that's those questions, I think, are the hardest questions, I think, for anyone to answer with concepts, because I've watched
Yeah.
a bunch of teachers even try to answer that question, and there's ultimately just the understanding that we have to speak out against that. That is like almost like that is what the call to speak out against this evil, or this thing, right? But for the most part, I think people are good, and the only reason they make these decisions is because they believe themselves to be separate. That's the first idea that causes all those actions, right?
Yeah.
So this is the idea that we're really fighting against. It's the illusion itself, not the person, not the seemingly person, which doesn't really have its own reality, but it's the idea. It's the ultimate idea. It's Satan, essentially, which encompasses all evil acts, or all illusionary acts, right?
Yeah, and I felt like that's where, like, when they would emphasize sin and like the the things that people know as sin. Um, I feel like it's really like it was more so in a way to show like just the little things that that if you lie or lust over somebody, things like that, that's like the root that causes you to continue that going in that direction of separation where you're like you are not even treating them as yourself anymore, or like you're any it's like it plants the seed of like your own selfish indulgence. It's like it's not saying like, oh, um like that one little thing, like say like it's like almost like they're warnings. Like I felt like the emphasis of sin were just like warnings to keep us into this state of purity and awareness. But those are the little things that kind of like plant the seeds to put you in the wrong direction. I think I felt that's what I think. But
Yeah, I mean,
you
you're
know,
right. It's a reminder. It's a signpost to point you back to the light.
right.
And unfortunately, and I think, to be honest, the way that we're experiencing our lives right now, the way the world is, I truly think that there is a need of a reset of humanity. I mean, because ultimately the illusion itself has become so out of control. Because the way I see the world right now is that it's become so out of control that there really does need to be a clearing of the board. And it does, and again, death is not really an ending, because there is no real death. There is no, you don't just, the person that you are doesn't just, there's no physical reality even die to. Consciousness never goes away, but the ideas and the things that it's aware of go away. So essentially that would be a nuclear event, a
Exactly.
wipeout.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what like the point that I've like been like, or like what I've been trying to like portray with like the movie Oppenheimer, and what I feel like that's really what it's saying is that like that's why I feel like the tree or like the nuclear bomb looks the explosion looks so much like a tree, because it's like symbolizing death and life at the same time. Like it's like a symbol of like something like so explosive, where it's like as soon as like something super explosive happens like that, like it creates a new beginning, like new life. And that's why it's like it's still hard to like I don't know, to know if it's really talking about something literal or metaphoric. But even if it was, it's like maybe that is like God's perspective. Like maybe like it's it that maybe something that um um that monumental of an event is necessary for us. Like we have to, like if we have to go through the hardest thing that we would have to go through, which would be like world annihilation, in order to come back on the other side to have like um something beautiful right after that. Like if 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 it takes that, then it's like maybe we actually
I think you're still muted, man.
like you said, like maybe it is necessary, and maybe like it has to be as like devastating as that sounds in order for something like to like for us to experience something like the exact opposite of devastating, which would be like a beautiful new start and beginning.
I think the best way to explain all this is with the dream analogy. I really do. Because again, I mentioned this analogy in one of the other videos, but I'll just make this real quick because I'll get off here soon. But basically a dreamer, and we have this experience of dreaming, right? So this is a clue that consciousness or God has given us in this reality to kind of show us kind of an example of how it might actually be, the actual reality. So essentially all of reality is a dream, is the mind. Picture awareness, the substance of this whole world is God's mind. And nothing outside of it, just God's mind sleeping, dreaming, because it can't be anything other than it's God's mind. So he has to dream up something in order to experience something, right? So
Mhm.
if you want to, when you go, let's use your example, you as an example. If you, Sean, go to bed at night and have a dream that you want to be on a beach somewhere having a drink with your friends, the best thing that you could dream of, then your mind takes the shape or takes the your mind creates an illusion. Again, this is not something that's not real. It creates how to explain it? It creates, because what is a dream? It's a vision in your mind. It's an image in your mind, right? And this image is you on a beach with your friends having I don't know if this is your idea of a good time, but whatever it is, you on a beach with your friends, enjoying the time, just doing things that you like to do. And this whole reality, okay, but you appear in the dream as Sean, right? You appear in the dream as yourself. But this person in the dream is little Sean. This is like little Sean, because the real Sean is the whole image. Because little Sean in the dream, you're viewing the whole world, the whole beach area, and all your friends and all the things that are happening on the beach, just like a normal world. You're viewing that through little Sean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what is little Sean actually viewing? What is little Sean in the dream actually viewing?
It's himself. The whole thing.
It's the totality of the whole. It's the image of the whole mind that's created. The outside environment, even if it's good or bad, is still made out of the same thing with which you're viewing from the little self, right? And that's the idea that I'm trying to get across, is if that little Sean in your dream says, "Oh, I'm little Sean," and everything outside of me is my friend Mike and my friend Daryl, and this is a cup with a drink in it, and this is a water, and this is a piece of sand, this is all these objects. But what are those really? That's all your mind.
Yeah,
So
no, I totally get that. And that's why I like wonder what, like, because I truly feel like it's gonna get to that point. Like I think that's what like the prophecies are really all pointing to, is like we are gonna to going back to like, that's why I'm not like, I'm wondering if it's like how that's gonna happen, like I don't know if like there's the material world really, like, do you think maybe it has, like, once that disappears, then we just become awareness again, and then it's like,
well, again, the material world itself is made of awareness anyway, so it never really is actually material world. And Rupert Spira explains it like this: we have never found, scientists are always looking for matter, right? They're always looking for dark matter and looking for ways to prove that matter is the ultimate reality, essentially.
mm-hmm.
And the whole concept of matter is that consciousness appears out of matter. Like somehow matter existed, and then somehow something that was matter, just all of a sudden consciousness just came out of that. But there's no evidence ever that that's the case. In fact, that's insanity to even say that, because the only thing that we truly know is consciousness first. Even if matter existed, how could something that's innate, how could that have something? Because there has to be something to be aware of that first. Like the requirement to know matter to begin with is awareness itself. So the more logical idea of reality is that consciousness is aware of things, or what we would call matter, and that's what we call it,
Yeah,
So
this was like, this is an illusion that I feel like, hopefully you can like resonate with this. Oh, what the heck? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
So this is an illusion that like I feel like maybe you can resonate with this, but I've always, or when I started really waking up, I felt like this really describes what you are like, I guess what we're talking about right now, where it's like, you have the two faces, like they're clearly there, like they're shaped out, you can see them, but it's like the only thing that's giving them their shape is this.
It's this vase. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like it's that's why I feel like this is like we're in the black right now. You know, that's how everyone feels. But then we all are like, even from different angles, like we all have this relationship with this like centers piece
Yeah.
where
And this is a really good example, because what I see from this is that this is a canvas, really, right? And
Mhm.
the actual pure light or awareness is the white, right? But
Right.
the black is colored in. So there's the best way to describe this would be, I mean, you could look at it different ways, but the best way to describe it in terms of what we're talking about is that these faces, or this black, this has been scribbled onto the white canvas, or it has been
Yeah.
imagined onto the white canvas. So these black faces seem to be looking like blackface, because or you could look at the black part as being you could look at the black part as being the essence or the consciousness. But again, I think in this case we want to look at the white to be the purity, right? But either way, the black is pure because there's no white in the black.
Well,
right?
because I feel like what like everything that stands between us is like this thing, which is like we're all like, I feel like the relationship between like however this moves or whatever, like it changes the shape of this beginning thing or this middle thing, but it's like we're it's like these two things are connected from this, and then this is connected from these two things. So it's like it's hard. So it's like, okay, like what's really there? What is it? Those two, or is it this? But I know, but I feel like, okay, what you're saying is like if you were to like take this vase out of the picture, like take it out, then it just becomes a black square, right?
Mhm.
Those faces wouldn't even be there anymore. So it's like,
And ultimately, if you look at it like this, look at it. This is kind of like the analogy of the screen,
mhm,
like a TV screen or any kind of screen. The images that appear on the screen, or the lights. Okay, so yeah, this is a good example, because normally a TV screen is black,
mhm,
right? It's a black screen, and its potential is to have any color or light to appear in it. So
right,
picture all of reality as a black screen with the potential to have any color or light to shine. And this vase just happens to be the image that's shining on this black screen right now.
right,
But this black screen, the reality of this image, this vase or whatever this
mhm,
is that this is still the black screen. It's what makes this. I think the screen is a better analogy, because when we think of TV screens, the lights and the stuff that we see on a screen, they emanate from the screen.
right,
They
right,
they they're not drawn onto it. They actually come from the screen. So when you think about a screen, you think about, like, if you're watching a movie right now, or just say you're watching a movie, and you think that the reality of the screen is the images on the screen. You think that's the reality.
right,
But in all reality, the reality of the screen is the screen itself. Because are you looking at the images on the screen, or are you watching the screen?
right.
You could never say that you're not watching the screen, because that's always has to be there in order for there to be anything else to watch. Do you understand what I mean? And
Yeah, but I think, what kind of differentiates that, and I guess another way that you can, because I'm thinking about in terms of like if you are one of these, like if you are like say this is you and this is me, like we're in the picture, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I think because that's another way to look at like with that analogy, but then that's like might be a little different than what we're talking about, because or maybe we're talking about two different things, because then that would be like you and the screen, like your relationship with the screen you're looking at. But I think I'm trying to think about it in terms of like if we're these two different people, you know, like I'm like if this is me and this is you on this side, and we think we're looking at each other, but we're just part of the like we both disappear. Both of us will disappear when this is what's focused on, you know, like the center part. So it's like it seems like we are both here, like you know what I mean, like it seems like there's two different objects,
Yeah,
but
I
then
mean
like
that's another way to describe what I was just saying. I mean, you can, as
Mhm,
long as you know that, as long as the idea is there already in you, the
mhm,
because once that's revealed to you, you can see that in everything. So I see exactly what you're saying. You're seeing that, and I see it. This is also an interesting way to look at it, and that's why art is so amazing, because I think art can portray these things, and like the way that this, and you don't really even need words to see this. You know, I don't even really, you don't even need to describe this to me. There's a beauty there that's in this image if you just really look at it,
right,
and you don't even really need words to feel it and to have this awareness of it. And so especially from somebody who already has already seen the light. So again, once you've seen the light, once you know what consciousness is, once you know what everything is made out of, everything you look at shines with that knowledge, with that knowing. And
right,
although our minds sometimes make it a bit confusing, you always remembered of it. You're always reminded of it because you know it, you've seen it, you know.
hmm
So what you're
yeah,
explaining there, I understand what you're saying. You know, if you
yeah,
remove,
because I feel like the reason why people see themselves as so separate is because of this space that's right in between even us, like physically, you know, like the space that's in between us, like if you and me were standing side by like face to face, this that area, the space in between us, it creates the illusion that we're not that we're like two different parts of this bigger picture, you know. But um
but the only thing, what you're getting at is that the only thing that has any reality is the white part in the middle. That is the,
right
that's what we focus on. That is
right
the thing, and that's what I was just explaining to you. Is that once you've seen this vase in the middle,
oh
whatever you
yeah, I
want to call
understand,
this,
yeah,
once you've seen that, you can no longer focus on yourself, because
right
there is no you anymore.
right
That's the center of attention. That's the center of attention.
exactly, yeah, because we kind of see like again, like when you think about it in terms of like physical people, and like you think that the stuff that's in between us, like that it's like empty space, but it's like it's actually not. There's nothing empty between us, like like there's just as much like like no matter what, even like no matter like if you say it's air or something, like that's still something, you know. So we all are attached and we're part of the same. There's not different. There's only
I think your mic cut off. I think I still can't.
how about now? How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So like, you know, when you think about like the air between like two people, and like it's not that that's not empty space. Like there's still something there, and like the whatever is like the air that say like here I'm in California, and say I'm like say I have like somebody next to me, or like a few feet apart from me, like that air that is like between us, it's still like a substance, but it's part of the same substance that's all the way where you are. So we're all connected to the same thing. Like there's not like separate like separate like air. You know what I mean? It's like we all are right now like connected to the same like. But I think that's like the spirit. I think that's like we're all connected to the same spirit and like the same. You know,
Yeah,
like
like I said,
it's not just like emptiness. Like it's not emptiness between two people. There's something there. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
that consciousness, that's what it is. It's
Yeah.
made because and everything that there is, it requires consciousness. Is everything is made out of that, because everything that is known is made out of knowing itself. So of course we seem to be separate, like you say, but again, I am made out of that. I am
Yeah.
known. I am known. Cody is known because of knowing itself. Otherwise, there is no Cody. There is no one to know or to be known. There has to be some sort of knowing of it. So again, that's what you're saying. I absolutely understand. It's hard to put into words, but it's more about like, once you these two black spaces in this image take their focus off, off of the two black images, and they focus on the center of attention, which is consciousness itself, they disappear. And in fact, when you look at the image, it's even how you look at the image that reveals the truth, because once you stop seeing the two faces, you only see the vase. You only see the white image. So now even these black people become the vase.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
that's it. That's what's there. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's no longer two. There's one.
Yeah. And like
One
obviously like this shape of this, like the white part, obviously that will change based on however these like the shape, it'll change based on the shape of these two things. So like the shape is going to change, but it's all still like the same thing. It's not changing what it is. It's like, you can like fill in the white part here or whatever, like to make it look like, or make this face like just here. And so the shape might, even if the shape isn't symmetrical, it's, if you change the shape, it's still part of the same thing. So you can like, even with all of us, like you can keep like, it seemed like you can keep changing like the shapes, or like the space in between two like people is gonna like change. It's gonna make this look different, but nothing's really actually,
Right.
you're not really taking anything away, or like it's all still there.
Because you can't take anything away from it. It's impossible.
Right.
So that thing that is the center of the substance of the
Mhm.
image. Again, that center is like the substance of the image. So that's definitely a way to look at it. And that, I mean, there's so many different ways you can. Yeah, I mean, I've just gone through so many different analogies. I've watched many people explain it. I've come up with my own analogies, and I've seen it my own way conceptually. And eventually, the concepts have to die out, though, and then we just have to kind of like melt into the feeling of it, And then
Right.
once we do that, the concepts, you can always have more concepts too. There's nothing wrong with that, And that's kind of what the beauty of communicating also with others is we can like maybe have a conversation about it together and like feel it together, So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally agree. Yeah, I really don't want to keep you up for too long, because like that we could. I know I know we could talk about this for like 5 more hours, but
yeah, I mean, I should really go to bed because it's already so late, but
yeah, it's already almost late here where I am, so I can't imagine what time is it where you are?
2:30.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty late. I appreciate you, man. I love talking to you. And yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, like again, I appreciate you too, and definitely can talk to you for hours about so many different things. I mean, from numbers to whatever it is, but yeah, we can continue it more in the next one. So I think yeah, hopefully I might do a live stream tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but we'll just have to catch up. And when you're starting your job, oh, you don't know when you're starting your job yet, then?
Yeah, I might, because they told me while I was doing the live stream today, they told me that they want me to come in tomorrow for like a I guess a second interview, but it's like
yeah, they told me they want me to go into the office to meet them. So sounds like good news. So I'm guessing pretty soon.
All right. Well, yeah, that is good news. So, yeah, I mean, you'll have other things to be doing, but yeah, I mean, me, I'm just waiting to go back to Germany right now. So that's all my time is usually just just research at this point, but not all my time. I do a lot of relaxing at the beach, just relaxing and stuff, but and then working on other things. But that's pretty much what I do. So, but you'll have a lot of other stuff going on. So we'll catch up and get together whenever we can. So, and I'll keep messaging you, of course, like we normally do. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you updated with what's going on with me, and yeah, I mean, I'll still keep sending you whatever I find. Please send me like what you, because I know you're onto something really, like everything you sent me today about the Kentucky Derby is just still like mind blowing. So I can't wait to see what more you have.
Yeah,
I
I
know
mean,
you're gonna find more. So
I think once I actually even put it together on a slide for people to see together, that's when it'll really pop more, you know.
yeah,
And I mean, I don't know if the problem with that is I don't know if I wanted to release it because people are going to think I'm predicting the horse is going to win, and I just hate that energy, man. I don't like how people, even the video yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever I made that video, everyone was saying, "So who's going to win? Who's going to win?" Like everyone's just so focused on that, and that's never the whole reason I put it out. I just wanted to sow the connections, you know. I don't have, you know, everyone was asking, you know, who's going to win. I was like, I don't know. I'm not saying this horse will win, but I'm saying there's definitely a reason this horse is even in the race.
yeah, exactly.
Because remember, I mean, there's only 20 horses, and like all these different horses throughout the whole country have to run these races to get enough points to even be in the race. And only 20 horses out of the whole country are in the race. So, like, just to be in the race itself is symbolic enough. But to win the race, if this horse wins the race, I mean, June 11th is looking really crazy to me. It's already looking crazy, but if this horse wins the race, being a descendant of Seattle Slew, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. But we'll talk more tomorrow. I'm gonna get off and
Thank
yeah,
you so
go
much
to
for everything, man.
go to sleep. So yeah, man. Thanks for everything you do too. Thanks for providing your channel, and again, thanks for having AJ on too. This whole started out with him, and his work's amazing. So
Yeah, no, yeah, like I said, or like you said, hopefully he could jump on yours sometime too.
yep, love to have
Thanks.
him. So
Thank you. Thanks to everybody who's like been here listening to us, Dirk,
yeah, all these people.
Donna. Yeah, it means a lot, and like all the kind words, and Casey, Sven. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks so much for following me and Sean. Much love to you all. And yeah, I'm gonna get off. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah. Oh, Leslie, we're about to get off, but thank you for being here. All right. See you. Good night, guys.
Good night.